Chapter 1. A disaster caused by a can of Coke. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_ editor, Shujin EX, Lee _. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, as Jiang Chen stared at the massive pair of boobs in front him. They were at least size 36D. Below her eyebrows was a pair of valiant-looking eyes, a beautiful nose, and a delicate mouth. However, her malicious expression certainly tainted her beauty. A pitch-black pistol and a wicked-looking whip were held in her hands. If the surrounding was decorated with a few more sexually suggestive items, every man in the world would fantasize about what could happen next. Fantasize, my bastards. Jiang Chen's heart swelled with regret and fear. He did not feel any sense of pleasure or consider the possibility of being aroused. His pants all of a sudden felt tight. He must be delusional right now. There is no way I am a masochist. He knew he had no weird fetishes. So, any physical reaction would be an accident in this dire situation. Name? The busty girl asked. She was wearing a black leather jacket, with a pair of jeans that has started to fade after too many washes. She shook her hair, as she forcefully stepped onto the chair's arm. Jiang Chen, he swallowed, as he responded truthfully. As a civilized man himself, he has never seen a girl so barbaric. The girl raised her eyebrows. What a girly name. Why don't you ask my mother? Damn it. Of course, he could only say that in his head. He feared that the moment he opened his mouth, a bullet would create a new hole on his forehead. Yes, this hottie had a pistol on her, which made the atmosphere not even remotely romantic. I was born in the morning, hence the name Morning Cheng in my name, Jiang Chen mumbled. The name was not girly by any means. However, the fact that he looked very delicate didn't contribute to his cause. Even if he had a masculine name, the contrast would be even odder. Don't get off topic. The girl lashed the whip onto the sofa beside him. The loud cracking sound scared Jiang Chen so much that he curled into the chair. I am not interested in your mom. God, you were the one that asked. Jiang Chen swore in his mind, as his face paled. You have the potential to be a great-looking guy. The beauty smiled, as she approached him. She touched Jiang Chen's face with the side of her whip. You are going to answer my questions. If you dare to lie, I don't mind creating a few scars on your lovely face. Jiang Chen's face turned red as he tried to hold back his scream. Why do I feel so violated? Where are you from? The girl questioned as she gazed directly at him. I am from the north. Jiang Chen responded with a lie. Of course, he never believed that the girl could see through him. Wanghai City. Here is Wanghai City. This deserted place. This can of cola, where did you find it? The girl's pronunciation was odd, as if she has never heard someone say Coke before. Jiang Chen felt the girl's voice transform as her breathing rapidly grew. The tone was filled with an intense lust, or greed. Coke, it's a type of pop. No shit, I know it is pop. I am asking you, where it is from. The girl chugged the Coke. As soon as she finished, she exhaled with relief. Then she threw the can onto the ground, and lashed her whip onto the poor sofa once again. Jiang Chen stared directly at the odd-looking gun pointed directly at his forehead. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. He steadied his breath as he tried to remain calm. I can't explain that. Do you want to die? Is this the way you treat someone who just saved your life? With a sudden burst of courage, he argued back. After a brief moment of silence, she let out a slow sigh. She put the gun away and threw the whip onto the ground. Fine, I did cross the line. Despite admitting her fault, she had no intention of letting Jiang Chen go. Since she only whipped the sofa, she probably has no ill intention after all. Jiang Chen thought in his head. Trust me, I have no harmful intentions, she said. However, Jiang Chen was uncertain about how long her conscience would last, so he continued to make up stories. No harmful intentions. Like how I saved you from starvation. If I told you anything today, it would make both of our lives more complicated than it needs to be. Jiang Chen continued to respond with a secretive tone. His words left a lot to the imagination. Haha, the girl forced a careless laugh. But the uncertainty in her eyes was clearly evident. Maybe we can partner up. I just got here and, how can I explain this? Everything here is terrible, I need a guide, and I can pay you handsomely for it. He proposed an offer with a luring hint in his voice. He was using the stick and the carrot strategy. Oh, you are from the Northern Alliance? The girl asked with her eyebrows raised. On this wasteland, if there are any signs of law and order, it must be the distant alliance on the northern tundra. They were not a target of the nuclear destruction, nor were there any infectious disease breakouts. Hence, order remained on the land far away. However, order was a relative term. They lacked real justice because slavery, corruption, and civil war all still existed on the land. Only the slightly higher food production made it somewhat more attractive. Overall, it was no better than the anarchic Wanghai city. No, I am only from somewhere relatively well off. And I am collecting some useful resources for someone. At the same time, surplus commodities are disposed like the can of pop you just finished, or the 3 cans of food that you devoured clean. Jiang Chen did not continue with the disguise as a member of the Northern Alliance. What if she realized he was lying after all? The best idea right now was to say that he came from a distant place. A place that nobody visited before. The girl blushed as she heard the words, devoured clean, and she realized that her etiquette at the time must not have been the finest. She stared at Jiang Chen with a fierce look. Jiang Chen laughed as he dismissed the idea. He knew the negotiation was successful. I don't know what you guys want in this city. All the supermarkets, storages, and even refrigerators are rated clean. There is no way you can even find one piece of bread. My fair lady, what is your name? Jiang Chen said, shaking his head. Sun Zhao, she responded, as she again raised her eyebrows. With a devious smile on her face, she said, let me get this clear, if the partnership involves anything strange, I might blow your head up. Don't worry, miss, Jiang Chen sighed. There was no way he would get in bed with a girl that could kill him at any moment. I only need an experienced guide and, do you think I lack food? Then what exactly are you searching for? Could it be, for slaves? Sun Zhao paused for a second before she maliciously gazed at Jiang Chen. Of course, if he had plenty of food, then he must have farms or plantations, and related production facility. Sun Zhao's first instinct was that this guy might be a slave trader. Slaves were the finest labor force on the wasteland and slave trading was considered to be the norm. However, Sun Zhao thoroughly hated slave trading because a slave trader abducted her sister. It would be fine if she got sold into a factory, but if she got sold into prostitution or even to the cannibals, it would be a complete nightmare. No. This is a complete misunderstanding, Jiang Chen explained. I don't need slaves. I need technology. Technology. Sun Zhao seemed confused. Yes, technology. Just like the laser gun you are holding and the computer on your arm. While we have those things, we can't produce them ourselves. Therefore, we decided to come to this deserted city to find some old technology. These things. Jiang Chen's question caused a mixture of confusion and suspicion. These things are hard to make. In Looting Town, a lot of people can assemble these. Damn it, Jiang Chen swore in his mind, but he remained calm. That was only an example. Our technology in food production and transportation is highly advanced, but our general technology is rather lackluster. Which is why I am here, he explained, impressed by his improvisation as it was far better than he thought. He noticed that while this world had previously made significant technological advancements in the past, the civilization was in complete ruins after the nuclear war. Especially since infections broke out across the land, it was a miracle that humanity still existed. The state of this wasteland after the fallout was rather strange. Highly advanced levitated cars existed simultaneously with internal combustion engine vehicles. While some advanced technology were preserved, the civilization undoubtedly regressed. Whatever. Sun Zhao shrugged. With interest in her voice, she opened her mouth. Now, let's talk about my compensation. What do you want to be paid in? After a short pause, Jiang Chen asked. He was unsure what the currency was in this world. C-type battery, food, and crystals are all fine. Though personally, I prefer food. Sun Zhao responded. Then with desire-filled eyes, she asked, oh, do you have more of those curry chicken? You finished them all. Jiang Chen sighed with a fake heartbroken look. He has never even seen batteries or crystals before. So without a doubt, food would be the best choice. Oh, I am sorry, Sun Zhao said with an awkward tone. All of a sudden, she turned back into her usual malicious character and forcefully stepped onto the armrest. Then she bargained, salary will be 10 cans of food per month. You are also responsible for my meals. Deal. Jiang Chen's direct response made Sun Zhao guilty about her rather unreasonable demand. Although on this wasteland only fools had a conscience, conscience always existed inside people's heart. Cruelty was only a protective response for survival. I will be responsible for your safety. Sun Zhao added as guilt overwhelmed her. No sheet. If I die, who will pay you? Jiang Chen responded viciously in his head. The compensation was nothing for him, but it would still cost him around $100. Okay, my beautiful bodyguard, can you untie me now? The crisis was finally alleviated as Jiang Chen finally let out a long sigh. His limbs almost losing all sense of feeling. Sun Jiao casually took out a dagger and sliced through the rope. Jiang Chen moved a little as he stared at Sun Jiao with a sad look. Then, he went and picked up his empty backpack. Sun Jiao forced an awkward smile and pretended that she never searched his bag. What's next? Get out of here, get out. Why, this will be our temporary meeting location. Outside the window, the mega metropolis already lost its liveliness. The once crowded streets were now empty, without a soul in sight. The endless amount of zombies replaced what was once a vibrant city. The occasional howl and scream from unknown creatures also traversed through the dead city. Guns fired in the not-so-far-off distance, mixed with barely audible noises. In the city permeated with death, familiar battles occurred every day. Zombies against humans, humans against humans. Through the undusted stained window, Jiang Chen saw the danger, the death, and the opportunity of gold everywhere. Chapter 2, Interdimensional Bracelet. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_editor. Shujin EX, Lee _. The universe existed as a multiverse. A butterfly's wing in the Amazon rainforest may have caused the tornado in Ua, Texas. The butterfly effect could exaggerate any small changes to infinity. It could alter the path of the future. Therefore, the understanding of the future is extremely uncertain and relative. Jiang Chen, male, 23 years old. An undergraduate student. He spent some time after graduation as a sales associate in a clothing store but has since been laid off. The increased financial pressure forced him to make a difficult decision, to search for another job in Wanghai City or to go back to his hometown. In his opinion, he did not want to give up so easily. To live in a major metropolis like Wanghai City was his dream since he was a child, and it was also what his parents expected. For someone that did not experience the world yet, he was eager to explore what the world had to offer. However, he knew that the journey would be difficult. He got drunk. It was the first time since graduation where he drank alone till he passed out. After he let out all his frustration and sorrow, dizziness struck his head, and he became immediately unconscious. An unknown metal object directly hit his arm and fused with it. It disappeared as quickly as it has appeared. It was almost as if it never existed in the first place. Then, he discovered a peculiar ability, time and dimensional travel. Of course, it took him several months before he realized it. The strange-looking pattern surrounded his right wrist like a watch. If one examined it carefully, the bracelet was shaped like an odd-looking tattoo. Then it obviously something was wrong because he never had a tattoo. He did not know why he became the chosen one. However, he understood at that moment, this was the opportunity of a lifetime. Time travel, dimensional travel, he didn't have enough knowledge to understand these strange phenomena. But one time he was struck by electricity and felt completely fine. That was when he discovered the tattoo's empty bar filled up after absorbing around 100 voltages of power. Then, it met the requirements to perform multiverse travel. Multiverse travel itself costed half of the energy. Therefore, completely filling 100 voltages of electricity would allow for a round trip through time and dimensions at the expense of around $50. It was very economical. Not only did the tattoo have the ability to travel, but it also contained an alternative dimension that he could visit at any time. Hence, it was a storage dimension roughly 1 square meter cubed size. But because it costed energy to store and retrieve items, Jiang Chen preferred to use a backpack to store items. If he was not careful and lost the means to charge the energy in the apocalyptic world, then there was no way to come home. Jiang Chen had a feeling that the energy storage could be upgraded, including the storage dimension. The functionality definitely could also be improved. He just didn't understand how at the moment. Charging the power was simple. Jiang Chen only needed to put his finger into an electric socket. Although this was not aesthetically pleasing in any way, it was perfect for getting the job done. How did he figure out? Like mentioned before, it was completely by accident. The first time he time traveled, he found himself in an abandoned residence. The dust-covered bed along with the corroded furniture spelled the timeliness of the place. He checked his surroundings as he began examining this time-worn house. With the information from a half-broken storage tape and old newspapers lying around, he gained some partial understanding of this world. This world was a parallel universe similar to Earth. However, the technology was clearly far more advanced. High-rise buildings spanned across the landscape, but there were no traces of any civilization. Zombies and mutants occupied the once busy streets. Jiang Chen did not dare to step out without a weapon. The time was the year 2190, the location was still Wanghai City. However, the difference between the two time periods was night and day. The year 2150, global warming intensified. Excessive extraction caused shortages in all kinds of resources. An economic crisis ensued. The year 2164, a political crisis in Poland triggered a war between Europe and Wa. The Red Army began invading westwards. The global politics, as a result, were in a tense period. It was worth mentioning that in this parallel universe, USSR was not dissolved in 1991, hence the global politics were divided into three organizations. First, UA-led alliances known as NATO, a Soviet-led Europa known as CCCP, and lastly, the Han-formed PCA with the Southeast Asian countries. The rest of the forces remained independent. The year 2171, the tension on Europa escalated as the CCCP declared war on the PCA. Both parties accused the others of initiating the warfare which caused the start of the Third World War. In the same winter, Wa and Japan launched a naval war over the conflict in the South Wa Sea. NATO and CCCP declared cooperation as fires spread across Asia. That year, Mongolia experienced a political crisis which caused further escalation between CCCP and PCA, with both sides amassing tremendous firepower on the borders. The year 2172, the first nuclear weapon was detonated by the CCCP in Paris, which officially brought the Third World War into tactical nuclear warfare. The year 2173, this modern warfare was in a surprising stalemate. The entire world experienced nuclear fallout as the habitable, without a doubt, received significant destruction. The nuclear winter covered 80% of the land in snow. Nobody thought that such an ironic cause would end global warming. Refugees, starvation, diseases were all symptoms of this modern warfare. It only took 2 years to destroy humanity entirely. The total economic losses far exceeded the combined losses of the previous world wars. Due to this, peace came without a decisive victory for either side. Everyone knew that if the war continued, no one would survive. New Year 2174, a peace treaty was negotiated and enacted. Habitat Revitalization Program was established to remove nuclear fallout. All nations participated in the funding of the program. Fall of year 2174, the United Nations announced the abortion of the Habitat Revitalization Program, as the cells used to remove nuclear waste experienced uncontrolled mutation. At the same time, due to the attack by unknown militants, the mutated cells began to spread into major cities. The infected humans turned into zombies, as the human civilization entered a biological apocalypse. The law and order that once governed civilization shattered in days. The year 2176, the United Nations sent 6 colony exploration ships towards Kepler b in Alpha Centauri. These ships contained the last hope for civilization. These ships were meant to plant a seed in the universe, in hopes of finding a new world. However, this was completely irrelevant for the humans still fighting on the ground. In the same year, the United Nations were dissolved. The information contained in the newspaper only lasted till the year 2176. The remainder of the news came from an ancient diary. From the electronic clock that still ticked in the drawer, the time was June 2190. By coincidence, the world he lived in was also June. But within this timeline, civilization destroyed itself in just 5 years. After he had made a brief stop, Jiang Chen chose to return to the modern world. There were too many unknown dangers that it would be unwise to continue. He must first be thoroughly prepared. After he had rested for 2 days, he bought a box of canned food, a box of sausages, and a box of instant noodles. Even if he did not consider staying overnight at the dangerous place, he brought 3 days of food, just to be safe. The zombies during the daytime seemed to have lost the majority of their powers. It eased the exploration in that area, as Jiang Chen carefully stepped across the middle of the street. He avoided the area concentrated with zombies before he found a mansion. The high wall and iron gate made it look very safe. The yellow grass on the ground made the place look fairly outdated. The marble sculptures by the gate were no longer recognizable due to the corrosion from the acid rain. It was evident that the world was filled with pollution. As to why he chose this place in particular, the answer was quite obvious. The rich-looking mansion would contain some valuable items. To his surprise, he did not find anything valuable, but he did find a girl that was almost starved to death. Maybe it was because of the girl's beauty that caused him to put his guard down, or because of his experience from the civilized world that made him not think about the possible danger. When he saw the despair in the girl's eyes, she looked so powerless. He took out a bottle of water from his bag and fed her the water slowly. Saving the girl is the most important priority because maybe she will marry me in the end. Immediately, Jiang Chen took out the curry chicken from his bag. After the girl had smelled the aroma from the can, the same wimpy eyes looked at Jiang Chen filled with despair. He was a virgin himself, so there was no way he could have resisted the seduction, especially when a beautiful girl gazed at him with her watery eyes. He felt a wave of joy both spiritually and physically. So he took out his spoon in good heart and began feeding the girl with the flawless body. Well, there was nothing after. Jiang Chen deeply regretted his decision. The girl's action accurately defined the story of the farmer and the snake. After going through a couple of pieces of bread and a canned curry chicken, the girl whipped out the pistol without hesitation. She pressed the gun against Jiang Chen's forehead as Jiang Chen was shocked in place. She then skillfully tied him onto the chair, as she interrogated Jiang Chen with what once belonged to the former mansion owner, the whip. Now, Jiang Chen realized what it meant to be carrying a full bag of food. He was fortunate that he met Sun Jiao who still had some conscience. If he instead met some cannibals or slave traders, he probably would have ended up as either food or product. Of course, Jiang Chen could always activate the tattoo and travel back, but that meant his biggest secret would be exposed. If this girl camped spawn, then he could face even more danger. He did not want to give up this treasure land. Also, it took time to activate the time travel function. If the girl realized that something was wrong, there was no guarantee that she would not pull the trigger. He didn't want to risk it. The good thing was that they were able to reach an agreement. How would you transport the supplies here? Sun Jiao questioned with confusion in her voice while reinforcing the mansion's external defense. Of course my partners have ways to do so, you don't have to worry about it. Jiang Chen continued to bullshit. The mansion had quite a bit of cash, but the value of cash in this world was drastically different compared to the original world. Jiang Chen wanted to look for gold and other valuables, but it was evident that the previous owner did not store any at home. The painting on the wall may be quite expensive, but of course, these artists did not exist in the world Jiang Chen belongs to yet. So these paintings would be worthless. The mansion, however, did contain some highly advanced electronics such as a hologram TV and automatic cooking equipment. But he soon realized that none of it functioned properly, so Sun Jiao was quick to answer his confusion. Oh, these things, after the nuclear explosion, the majority of the electronics ceased to function. But some parts were quite useful and valuable for the survivors. Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he gave up on the plan of selling these electronics in the modern world. However, since these existed before, there must be someone who could produce this equipment again. Jiang Chen knew that if he traded with food, there would be plenty of geniuses that would be willing to work for him. In this apocalyptic world, these skills were worth almost nothing. For those technologists, if it was not high-end military weaponry knowledge, their life was no different than someone who lived in the slump. Sun Jiao didn't know what Jiang Chen saw in this mansion. Nevertheless, since her employer said that work needed to be done, she didn't refuse. Let me be honest here, there is not much value in reinforcing this structure. If we don't make a lot of noise, those brainless zombies will not find their way here. The area is also free from powerful mutants. This is a complete waste of. Enough, I am not preventing the zombies. I know that if I don't bother those disgusting things, they will not go out of their way to bother me. I am preventing intruders because I am pretty sure you don't want your throat slit while you are sleeping. He rambled as he gave Sun Jiao a hard stare. Okay boss. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes as she hammered the last nail into the wood. She wanted to argue that nobody would bother entering into these buildings because they have obviously been looted. As to why she is here, that was her secret. Do you have the map of this place? Jiang Chen crossed his legs as he sat on the moldy sofa. He did not feel the slightest guilt for making a girl work this hard. It certainly was not the most enjoyable experience having a gun pointed at his head. Sun Jiao was experienced in this type of work. She quickly reinforced the mansion with any materials she found. What's your EP? I can directly send it to you. EP. Jiang Chen was confused. It is this thing. Sun Jiao pointed at the computer on her arm. She grinned as if she had heard a joke. You don't have one. I can buy one. Jiang Chen forced a smile. He felt uncivilized in front of this girl. That's hard to imagine that you have the courage to explore the city without EP. Are you not afraid of the radiation level? Sun Jiao sighed as she took out what looked like a large electronic watch from her backpack. She threw it to Jiang Chen. Try it out. Seems fitting. Where did you get it? Jiang Chen played with the EP. He was amazed by this world's technological advancement, as the EP was as light as a feather. The crystal screen displayed Jiang Chen's biological stats. It seemed to be a health monitor device. I found it from an unlucky guy's body. Sun Jiao grinned. The smile was certainly delightful, but a shiver went down Jiang Chen's spine as if he just saw the devil. Asterisk. Username. Jiang Chen. Muscle strength. 12. Bone strength. 10. Reflex. 11. Brain cell strength. 14. Radiation level. 11. Safe. Irregular status. None. Asterisk. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he saw the radiation level. He almost forgot that radiation saturated the world from top to bottom. He wasn't clear as to what it meant by a radiation level of 11, but he knew that before coming here, there was no way he could have been exposed to radiation. None of your abilities exceed 20, come on, are you even a man? Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with an arrogant expression. Do you want to try? Jiang Chen responded with a furious voice. I am standing right here, why don't you try? Sun Jiao stepped onto the armrest of the sofa again, her eyes full of defiance. There was no way I will let this go. Nah, it'd better to stay calm. Jiang Chen was quick to admit defeat. There was no way he could beat this barbaric girl. Even if the slim possibility became a reality that they did hook up, he had to prevent the girl from biting his dick off. He was confident that she would do it, if given the chance. For these types of enjoyable actions, it would be more appropriate to do it in the modern world. If he had the money, girls would follow. For no apparent reason, a person popped into Jiang Chen's head. A girl who fired him and made him lose his source of income. The girl who made life in Wanghai City miserable. The girl who always held a bitch face and a terrible attitude. What happened, my little boss, why are you silent all of a sudden? Sun Jiao emphasized on the word little as she looked at him mockingly. Nothing, I just remembered something from the past. Sun Jiao, surprised by the calm voice that answered, felt a chill run down her spine. Although she was not afraid of the guy that didn't even hit 20 in any aspects of combat, her years of fighting instinct rarely lied. Sun Jiao was smart to keep her silence. There was no reason to offend free food. Life without the need to worry about food was something Sun Jiao never imagined. That curry chicken was amazingly delicious. On this wasteland, it would be fortunate to have a single piece of bread. The majority of the people here lived off of nutrient supplies. Something that never made you full, but kept you alive. Also, the immature boss seemed like a genuine person. Don't be confused, the word genuine person had an adverse connotation on the wasteland. However, much to her surprise, she would rather spend time with Mr. Good man than the normal wasteland person. At least she did not need to worry about waking up and realizing that she was tied up. She thought about it, and with her slightly cracked lip, she let slip a small but delightful laugh. Lady, could you not laugh so maliciously? He didn't know why, even though her smile was beautiful, it made Jiang Chen shiver. Did I? Don't you think I am very attractive? Do I answer yes, or no? Jiang Chen murmured as he stared at the gorgeous face. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_editor, Shujin EX, Li _. The next morning, Sun Jiao was delegated by Jiang Chen to explore the commercial banking building near Qingpu. Sun Jiao was curious as to what was at the bank, and Jiang Chen answered with a direct response. The world here was full of treasure. Any of the civilian products could easily out-tech the prototypes in the science labs back in the modern world. But, it was impractical to sell it there. Therefore, a highly valuable commodity that exchanged smoothly would be gold. Jiang Chen guessed that in a structureless apocalyptic world, gold had no practical value. In a place where everyone starved, no one would trade food for some shiny metal. Sun Jiao wanted to know what gold was good for, but Jiang Chen did not want to share. So, she stopped being persistent about the question. A small incident also happened in the morning. After she opened her eyes, Jiang Chen placed a piece of bread in front of Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao snagged the toast as she looked at Jiang Chen cautiously. Speak your mind, what do you want? Want? Didn't you say I have to take care of your meals? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes up. He was not that desperate to sleep with someone that could bite his dick off. Once he had the money in the modern world, girls would follow. She was shocked for a brief moment before she realized it was part of the compensation package. This is breakfast, 3 meals a day, but you probably have to eat outside for lunch. Let me grab a can for you. Even if this girl completely looted the bag, there was still food in the storage dimension. There was plenty of energy left to grab a can. Sun Jiao was genuinely surprised. Her eyes felt watery. She saw too many tragedies and deaths over food, but this was the first time someone was afraid that she would go hungry. She grabbed the canned food. Sun Jiao didn't want to look Jiang Chen in the eyes. She had the intention of robbing this guy and using him as a hostage in exchange for food from his partner. Even though she immediately rejected that thought, the idea still indeed existed. She felt a profound sense of guilt. Breakfast, what is breakfast? Sun Jiao feasted on the bread with her mouth full of food. She looked quite barbaric, but it was a rather amusing sight to see. If you don't eat breakfast, it may increase your chance of getting stomach diseases. Jiang Chen muttered as he almost ignored that this was a different world. Most of the people were used to the uncertainty of food. If you eat food in the morning, it would make you more energetic. Huh, the voice was so faint that he couldn't entirely make out what she said. Nothing. Sun Jiao licked the crumbs off of her lips as she savored the last piece of the bread. She looked at her rather greasy hands but resisted the temptation to lick her fingers. It was the first time she had the strange desire to save her face. She didn't want someone to think she was barbaric, although that wasn't necessarily the right way to put it either. I will do my best to find the gold in the bank's vault, but it would be much harder to move them back here. Quote. Yes, this deserted city was full of abandoned vehicles. The EMP created by the nuclear weapon had destroyed the majority of the electronics in this city. Advanced technology became an obstacle to survival as the cars on the street were all products of the advancement. Even the internal combustion cars were integrated with high-tech parts. Therefore, these cars were completely useless. Without the proper maintenance and replacement by a professional, it was almost impossible to find a drivable car. Be careful. The goal is to understand the area. I want to know the surroundings and the exact location of the gold. That should be all. Try to come back before it gets dark. Okay, I know. Sun Jiao waved her hand as she inspected her equipment one last time. Wanghai City's night is full of danger. These zombies are much more intelligent without sunlight. Oh, can I see your EP status? As Sun Jiao was about to depart, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and asked all of a sudden. He was curious as to what kind of ridiculous stats this girl had to beat him in one move. Surprised, Sun Jiao immediately waved her EP. Jiang Chen was stunned. Note: Level C repair vaccine, T-virus vaccine. Jiang Chen never imagined that her delicate arms could exert 3 times his strength. Was that even humanly possible? After he made sure Sun Jiao left, Jiang Chen immediately traveled back to the modern world. The time in both worlds was parallel. Therefore, it flowed at the same rate. The battery, of course, cannot be charged in the apartment, as it would take who knows how long to charge 100 volts there. If Sun Jiao did not find him after she came back, there would be a lot of trouble. Thus, to charge, he had to steal electricity from elsewhere. He sneaked into a small power substation in a neighboring community. With a profound sense of guilt, he cut open the rubber that transported electricity. He then sighed deeply, as he placed his right hand onto the wire. The open current caused a flurry of sparks. The energy bar on his wrist was charged almost immediately. But of course, the entire community's power jumped. Damn it, what's wrong with the electricity company? Why did the power jump again? My ranked game. Why do we have no power again? I am pissed. Waves of roars emerged from the neighboring community as residents searched for the cause. Without even closing the lid to the power substation, Jiang Chen immediately snuck away. He chose this place because it lacked surveillance. Full of guilt, Jiang Chen escaped back into his rented apartment. It looks like the power issue is an immediate concern. Should I ask someone to upgrade the circuit? But it would be difficult to explain the situation without causing suspicion. Should I move to another place? Or rent somewhere that can sustain large voltage machinery? Damn it, it would be better if I could replace electricity as the source of power. To better visualize the remaining battery, Jiang Chen used a ruler to mark the energy bar with small increments. Jiang Chen packed the food into his backpack as he envisioned his life in the future. At the same time, he ordered boxes of canned food, instant noodles and bread from Taobao. Jiang Chen looked at his near-zero bank account balance, but he was not upset at all. He understood that very soon, the money he just spent would be pocket change for him in the future. The entire bank's gold, that would be a lot of money. The only thing close to resembling his feeling was winning the lottery. He also brought bandages, medicine, and other medical supplies. He estimated that he would spend quite some time in the post-apocalyptic world. He then spent 10% of the energy to pack 2 boxes of canned food and 4 boxes of instant noodle into the storage dimension. Although it took energy to store, it was better to be prepared. He lit up a cigarette, as he placed his finger into the electrical socket. He waited as the battery charged. It would be a hassle to steal electricity again. To pass the time, he played with the computer folded around his left arm. The radiation level concerned Jiang Chen. He did not want to be exposed to possible diseases caused by radiation. He opened the help manual for radiation levels and studied through the notes. To his surprise, once the radiation level surpassed level 50, the user's health would be affected. It was recommended to store some iodine in the EP to reduce radiation exposure. He pressed the iodine extraction button as a thin needle appeared from the side of the EP. He had studied it before he placed the needle into the iodine alcohol on the counter. The color of the iodine alcohol began fading, as it slowly turned colorless. He stared at the slow-moving iodine meter and the reduced radiation level. Surprised by the outcome, the problem that bothered him was easily solved. In this case, he only needed to purchase some iodine pills from the pharmacy to resolve the radiation problem. The fully charged Jiang Chen stretched his arms. He walked into the kitchen and grabbed a few ingredients from the fridge. He cooked tomato fried eggs and pepper roasted meat, and sat down to enjoy his lunch with a cold beer. He gulped down the beer and let out an emotional sigh. This simple meal would cost countless amounts of gold in the apocalypse. In that troubled world, gold would not be more valuable than rock. From Sun Zhao's pure joy and satisfaction in devouring that can of food, Jiang Chen knew how important food must be in that world. Jiang Chen imagined taking out a can of food at Looting Town, and the countless attractive women that would sleep with him. He finished the last bite of rice. He chewed on it carefully, as his mind wandered elsewhere. If World War III broke out in this world, what happened in the apocalyptic world would be repeated. He shivered at the thought and was afraid to think further. Haha, why did I start to think about these weird questions? I need to figure my life out first, he mocked at himself as he shook his head. The first important step was to get the gold and then convert it into currency. Then, spend some time enjoying the life of a millionaire. The first step would be to buy a mansion. A car would be necessary too. Girlfriend, why worry about that when there's so much money? Jiang Chen washed the dishes before putting them away neatly. He then picked up his heavy backpack. He seemed to have thought of something. He opened the fridge and grabbed a can of Coke. Chapter 4. Gold Bar. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_ editor, Shujin EX, Lee_. It took only a second, before Jiang Chen stepped onto the dusty hardwood floor. He checked the energy bar on his wrist. To his surprise, it only cost him 40% this time to complete the travel. Maybe the energy storage upgraded with the number of the times charged. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was great news for him, but he couldn't why it happened. As he sat on the luxurious sofa, he enjoyed the comfortable life not common in the modern world. He lit a cigarette and watched time pass. From the mold-filled window, Jiang Chen saw a glimpse of Sun Zhao's shadow in the distance. He took out his binoculars to confirm before he opened the door to let her in. This is the gold you wanted. He caught the bag and both of his hands suddenly dropped. Happiness overflowed his heart, as the bag was hefty. The bag weighed at least a couple of kilograms, but the girl threw it like a volleyball. The amount of power she possessed was daunting. Jiang Chen glanced at her arms. Her slim arms didn't contain any signs of muscle. That was so tiring. The bank had zombies everywhere. It took me almost 2 batteries of ammo to completely get rid of those gross creatures. The vault was also sealed by a heavy layer of steel boards that I couldn't open. I got these gold bars from the VIP room. Sun Zhao wiped the sweat off of her forehead and threw her backpack onto the ground. Even if the gold bars only weighed a couple of kilograms, combined with her equipment and supply, she almost encumbered 20 kilograms while traversing the long distance. Catch. This is. Sun Jiao caught the coke as she gazed at him. You seem to have liked it. He was a bit embarrassed after Sun Jiao stared at him for so long. Her lips moved without a word. After moments of silence, she resumed her usual boldness. She opened the can and took a big sip out of the coke. Gulp, gulp, haha, this is awesome. This weather is so ridiculously hot. This is cold. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. The fridge in the kitchen is still usable. The photocell and solar panel is working in this place. He did not lie about this. Even though most of the electronics were destroyed, the power system somehow remained intact. Maybe someone lived here and fixed some of the electronics. But from the layers of dust on the ground, that was a long time ago. That's fine. You wouldn't tell me where this coke came from even if I asked. Sun Jiao waved her hand to dismiss the thought. Okay, what's next? If we were to blow open the vault and move the gold here, it would take some professional help. At least, we need powerful explosives, or skilled hackers to break the electronic lock. Where can we find them? The explosives were a problem. It was almost impossible to buy them in large quantities in the modern world because of its restrictive nature, especially given Jiang Chen's social status. A lot of survivor bases have them, like Looting Town. Envy flowed out of her eyes, as she gazed into the distance. That's a place people consider fun, even on Wasteland. Is it far from here? Not too far, but a bit expensive. Except for the resident who owns the property and the labor who lost their freedom, visitors must pay 1 energy unit worth of crystals, or equivalently priced items to enter. 1 energy unit of crystals? Jiang Chen was confused. It's this thing. Sun Jiao searched in her pocket before grabbing a piece of darkened green crystal. This piece of crystal has about 37 energy units left. You can use EP to check. These are quite difficult to find because only powerful mutants possess them on the back of their heads. If possible, I never want to meet those things again. Creatures that made this girl afraid. The thought of it sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. He took the crystal and a faint attractive force pulled at his right arm. He was shocked. This thing could be used to charge the tattoo. Jiang Chen's facial expression remained calm. He played with it for a moment before returning it to Sun Jiao. What is 1 energy unit of crystals worth? 1/10 of a can of meat or half of a normal can of food, 10 nutrient supplies, 1 C-type battery, or 3 battery ammo. You can exchange so many things with it. This type of energy source is considered currency by many survival bases. You could even find a woman to sleep with you there. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen mockingly. She enjoyed teasing this little guy. 37 energy units of crystal. I'll use 4 cans of food in exchange. Deal. Without hesitation, Sun Jiao threw the crystal into Jiang Chen's hands. However, as if she just thought of something, she hesitantly explained, even if you have quite a lot of food, you lost out on the deal. If you ever trade like this in the future, people are going to take advantage of you. Oh, Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't care too much about the 3 energy unit difference. Although 10 energy units is worth a can of food, it also depends on what kind it is. The majority of canned food contain mutant fish meat, or a lot of them are also filled with sand. Which are the best case scenarios? Some of the canned foods even include human meat. The voice was full of despair and numbness. Jiang Chen had difficulty breathing, he was out of words. Curry chicken, fried pork, this is the first time I have ever had these delicacies in my life. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen full of awe. Merchants use mutant cows to transport goods. I had the pleasure of having a meal with the beef from the mutant cows. Even the dry taste made me extremely satisfied. I trust you. Jiang Chen's voice was quiet. He felt a sudden fear overwhelm him. To Sun Jiao, he was powerless. If she desired his food, it would only take a blink of an eye to finish him. Trust. Jiang Chen felt a deafening fear overwhelm him. He almost wanted to grab the gold, travel back to the modern world, and forget everything that happened here. With the gold bars, he could live like a millionaire. He only realized now that this world was more complicated than he thought. Maybe it was because of greed, or because of a strong sense of arrogance. After a hard internal battle in his head, he calmed down and resisted the temptation to flee. His face was emotionless as he tried to disguise his fear. Trust. Sun Jiao laughed. However, within her eyes, there was a flicker of emotions that she couldn't hide. This distant word had long been extinct in this landscape, long buried by starvation and death. Although Jiang Chen said this valuable word to her, Sun Jiao unconsciously reacted with a disdained look. With a sigh, Sun Jiao walked into the kitchen. Your naiveness is becoming very worrisome. However, I am not bothered by it. Jiang Chen was more relaxed as he heard her words. This time he made the right bet. Sun Jiao had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would have had plenty of time to kill him and wouldn't have waited this long. Jiang Chen finally felt relieved from this thought that has been bothering him for the longest time. As Sun Jiao was about to reach the door, she turned around. Since you are my employer, not only do I need to ensure your safety, I have the responsibility of preventing you from being tricked. If someone is after your wealth, that is also a problem for me. If you ever trade in the future, you should bring me. She cares. Don't look at me like that. You are giving me goosebumps. Sun Jiao fled frantically from Jiang Chen's sight. She ducked into the kitchen, and screamed in shock, what? How is this possible? A fridge. Deception, and stories. The majority of Jiang Chen's responses were lies. It was to avoid the imminent trouble and danger. But the glimpse of emotion from her eyes was real. At that one glimpse, to his surprise, the bold girl was not so annoying. She was cute. Stop eating canned food. Tonight let's eat a fresh meal. For celebrating my first employee. Jiang Chen laughed and dashed into the kitchen, filled with an overwhelming amount of joy. Sun Jiao was stunned in front of the fridge, as she did not bother to dispute her employee status. She stared at the tomatoes and eggs in the refrigerator. Jiang Chen put these fresh ingredients in before Sun Jiao came back. You, Sun Jiao turned her head around slow, with a dumbfounded voice. Don't ask. I know you have a lot of questions. We can discuss this while we eat dinner. Now, do you know how to cut tomatoes? Jiang Chen left the dazed Sun Jiao in place, as a proud smile stretched across his face. He took out a couple of tomatoes and eggs. Tonight, we will make tomato fried eggs. The reason why he chose to cook this dish was because of his limited cooking ability. Hence, this was the only dish he was good at, since he cooked the same thing every day. Once I have money, maybe I should hire a maid. Jiang Chen thought, before he got rid of the idea immediately. His secret would cause too much hysteria. Therefore, a maid would be inconvenient in hiding the truth. A girlfriend would be his priority. He thought about the gold bars in the living room, as a mischievous and happy smile appeared on his face. Sun Jiao's mind was full of questions she wanted to ask. But instead, she stared at the steaming tomatoes and sniffed the delicious fragrance. She couldn't remember how many times she had done so already. Jiang Chen already said that her questions would be answered at the dinner table. She was in no rush to know now. She cut the tomatoes silently, but uncontrollably glanced at Jiang Chen, who was mixing the egg. His faint but happy smile made her heart beat a little faster. Lightly, it looks like you are going to chop through the cutting board as well. Ah, oh, Jiang Chen's voice made Sun Jiao instantly look back at the chopping board. When she realized her irregular action, she felt a mixture of rage and embarrassment. But behind those emotions, a little bit of happiness was there as well. Happiness. What a distant word. She almost had to trace back to her time in the survival base. Sun Jiao faintly remembered when she was young, the survival base's door was still locked and it was almost like heaven in there. No crimes, no class structure, and a society governed by artificial intelligence. Everyone equally shared the work and resources, and there was no conflict of interest. Everyone was kind and happy. Although people occasionally longed for the blue sky, nobody questioned their happiness. Compared to the wasteland, Survival Base 071 was heaven. At the time, both of her parents were still alive. She had an adorable sister that was only 1 year younger. After the end of the lockdown period at the survival base, they both witnessed the first ray of the sunshine that shone through the cold steel door. Then they lost each other. She later learned that a lot of bandits picked poorly defended and newly opened survival bases as raid targets. They used the remaining conscience of those people and looted their survival supplies and population. It was at the raid that she lost her family. After that incident, she destroyed any remaining conscience she had, and became a qualified wasteland survivor. But for some strange reason, her frozen emotions melted a little now. Family. Sun Jiao had an illusion that she was home. She soon realized what she was thinking and her face turned red. These past 2 days were the most emotional she had been in the last few years. With a bitter smile on her face, she shook her head. She then placed the sliced tomatoes into a bowl. To suppress her emotions, she only had to take a deep breath. However, the feeling that touched the softest part of her heart could no longer be hidden. Even Sun Jiao, herself, didn't realize that the man standing beside her became a bit more important in her heart. As he watched Sun Jiao devour the dish, Jiang Chen laughed at the thought. This was the first time he saw someone eat this dish with that amount of excitement. I know you have a lot of questions. For example, why do I have so much food? Jiang Chen put down his bowl and looked at Sun Jiao quietly. I can't explain how I feel. Sun Jiao also stopped eating as she gazed into Jiang Chen's eyes. With a puzzled voice, she replied, you gave me a feeling that, it's almost like you are from a fairy tale. PSH, a fairy tale. Jiang Chen was astonished. It's from the books published before the war. In the survival base, we called them fairy tales. Sun Jiao sighed as she continued to mock herself. Everyone lived in harmony, with families, friends, and even lovers. Regardless of what you think, it must be a fairy tale. Like the first time sunlight shone on me, when I was 7 years old. Jiang Chen was silent. He walked to the fridge and grabbed a few cans of beer. He turned around and gave her an assuring smile. Where I am from, when people feel tired and lost, they have a drink. Sun Jiao chugged the beer as her throat let out a satisfied noise. Grr, this does not taste as good as Coke. Nevertheless, it is a good way to let out your emotions. Which is a good thing at the end of the day. Jiang Chen also took a long sip of his beer. How many times did he drink alone? It wasn't until after graduation did Jiang Chen start to enjoy the feeling of tipsiness. He ventured into an unknown city, worked at an unknown company, and was burdened with the stress of work and life after he was fired. The cruel reality shattered the porcelain tower in his dream. When he received his notice of termination, he felt the world collapse around him. At least here, there was someone that drank with him. This apocalyptic world is not as bad as he imagined. The two downed cans and cans of beers to use the numbness of the alcohol to temporarily release the stress stored at the bottom of the heart. Burp, no, I feel, my EP is not opening up. That is not the EP, that is my shoe, fool. Jiang Chen roared and snatched away the empty bowl from Sun Jiao's hand and fiercely stepped on it. You dare to take my stuff? Do you think you lived long enough? Burp, Sun Jiao smiled, drunk, while looking at Jiang Chen with her neck tilted. The frightening look instantly made Jiang Chen sober, but it was just for one instant. The intoxication gave him the courage as he threw the can backward and stood up. Fu K, bit H, what am I doing wrong? Hee hee, once I have money, I will tie you up and Fu K you, hee hee, burp. Because Jiang Chen had a bowl stepped under him, he fell awkwardly to the ground. Alcohol tore away the mask that they wore to disguise themselves. Jiang Chen didn't want to think. He just wanted to express his raw emotions and the negativities from his heart. That woman, Jiang Chen was gritting his teeth, a cold and expressionless surfaced in his head again. Bang, a can hit the ground. Who are you swearing at? Burp, Sun Jiao got under the table and climbed on top of Jiang Chen. She was laughing, drunk, with the seductive red lips breathing out the intoxicated breaths, but it was Sun Jiao in front of his eyes. The terrifying 44 strengths could easily rip Jiang Chen apart. Get down, I want to be on the top. Jiang Chen muttered and pushed Sun Jiao, who sat firmly on top of him, and pushed himself up. Hee hee, burp, Sun Jiao lost her balance and almost got thrown to the ground. The agitated Miss Sun Jiao grinned, grabbed Jiang Chen's collar, and used the 3 times strength to flip him. I want to be on the top. Sun Jiao's eyes narrowed and stared Jiang Chen's monstrous eyes. Unexpectedly, she suddenly kissed him with force. Fu K, you bit my teeth, Jiang Chen muttered out, words unclear. He gave up twisting around and put his hands around Sun Jiao's waist. The giant but soft balls squished on Jiang Chen's chest made breathing feel difficult. He tried to push away the annoying balls but couldn't move them by an inch. The seductive soft shape changed with his force. Ah, the alcoholic smell blew on Jiang Chen's face, destroyed the last standing rationality. They were both drunk. Alcohol is the best emotion catalyst. Sun Jiao sucked on Jiang Chen's lower lips, with passion, the 30-60 breasts pressed against his own chest. Sweat covered her fair neck, the sliver between their lips outlined a lustful image. The slippery tongue audaciously broke through Jiang Chen's final defense in his mouth. She fought, rated. Gradually, the annoying and bothersome clothes were ripped apart in the brawl. The softness of the skin made Jiang Chen roar in comfort. Perhaps because of the masculine nature, he wanted to push the beauty on top of him on the ground, but the powerful Miss Sun Jiao pressed on his arm to stop his wish coming true. Her beautiful pupils narrowed and she forcefully pulled on Jiang Chen's belt. She sat across Jiang Chen's with Jiang Chen's saliva still on the tip of her lips. The playful tongue licked the red lips dry because of her desire as she unbuttoned her skirt in a rush. Ouch! The slight agony and warm penetrative feeling made Sun Jiao furrow as she let out a low but discomfort moan. The feeling of his lower body meant Jiang Chen could no longer control the fire in his body. At the same time, the force on his shoulders seemed to have decreased. Alcohol is beautiful, it could make the sober drop their persistence to rationality, it could make people throw away the fixation on consequence in pursuit of the most primal but lovely joy. With an explosive roar, Jiang Chen somehow pushed Miss Sun Jiao, who gave up her defense, down. His hands holding the fit and long legs, maintaining the positions, and there was not much memory when Jiang Chen recalled the frenzy that happened that night. He just faintly remembered that the battle went from the bottom of the table to beside the fridge, from the kitchen to the living room, then down the hallway all the way to the bedroom. On the sofa, the staircase, in front of the window, the carpet. The marks of the battle were everywhere. Jiang Chen didn't know why his tenacity was so great given it was his first time. From the red left on him, it was Sun Jiao's first time. With a roar and moan, the suppressed feeling and weariness were all released with that hot stream before the mansion returned to peace. Sorry, Jiang Chen became sober and discovered Sun Jiao was the same. But Sun Jiao had no intention to stop this brawl, he chose to continue. Is this how you're going to be responsible? For some reason, Sun Jiao didn't feel too much angry emotion, it was more of relieved state. It felt like she found her sense of belonging. Although the man didn't look too reliable from the appearance. I will be responsible. Jiang Chen's face turned red and said awkwardly. Peesh, a charming smile appeared, she changed into a comfortable position to continue lie in Jiang Chen's arms while drawing circles with the tip of her finger, although you're a man, you're very cute at times. Not annoyed, that must mean she liked him. If she felt repulsive, the man's head would have been ripped off when she became sober. Sun Jiao's thought process was simple. As someone who ventured in the apocalypse for years, she followed her emotion. Although it was the first time she had her impulse. Ahem. Jiang Chen almost choked on Sun Jiao's words. He wanted to argue back but was drawn by the massiveness in the front. He didn't realize Sun Jiao's peculiar expression for a while before he moved his sight away with a fake smile. Does my chest look good? It was impossible to imagine a woman could be so straightforward. But since Jiang Chen knew that Sun Jiao didn't understand what being reserved meant, he let it go. They look great. Jiang Chen gulped and replied with honesty. You just fooked me. Sun Jiao was like a stuffed kitten while fondling with the last remaining mice as she teased Jiang Chen. Yes. Jiang Chen gulped. Are men always this boring after they had sex? Sun Jiao put her arm under his head in a position that could not be more seductive. An audacious girl could be so womanly too. Or rather, the vast contrast between her feminine and brutality made her possess a more inexplicable beauty. Jiang Chen felt as if she had a firm grasp of him, he felt powerless. Fine, I have no strength compared to him, Jiang Chen tried to comfort since she came from the civilized. While here, although technological advanced, it was a monstrous world. Are you not going to say you're going to marry me, or protect me for the entire life? Didn't they all say this in the past? I can't make promises like that, or rather, it is more practical that you protect me. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen sighed, with a sincere voice, but, I can promise you to feed you, if you are willing to become mine. Sun Jiao blankly stared at the genuineness on Jiang Chen's face and her eyes began to feel hazy. It has been long since she wandered in the city filled with only monsters and zombies. Wander, survive, and then died at the hands of the monsters or humans. It was the finale for a wanderer like her. But, someone was willing to become her dependent. PSH, I'm not that easy to feed. Thousands of words turned into a laugh and a light-hearted joke. To the future, Sun Jiao was lost. She still had her pursuit. I can definitely feed you. I have a lot of enemies. Sun Jiao was no longer as collected. I'm not afraid. I still have things I need to do. Sun Jiao's voice trembled. Jiang Chen's oppressive stance made her at a disadvantage all of a sudden. I will help you. A short silence ensued between the two, only the gentle breathing between the two. Jiang Chen's throat felt dry. He suddenly developed an odd feeling to the woman in front of him. Although rationality told him that it was unwise to stay too connected with the world as his ultimate goal was to bring the wealth back. But, screw the rationality. Jiang Chen didn't feel regret as he quietly waited for Sun Jiao's reply. Then what are you waiting for? My man. A smile suddenly emerged on Sun Zhao's face. The smile dazzled Jiang Chen. Seeing the lack of response, Sun Zhao was slightly irritated, but she soon moved her lips closer to Jiang Chen's ear. Feed me now. The warm air once again blew away Jiang Chen's rationality. Followed by a joyous roar, a flirtatious moan, a new battle erupted. The gray concrete road, filled with cracks, stretched towards the horizon. The unknown-looking plants vigilantly sprouted through the cracks on the concrete, as it bathed in the unhealthy-looking ray of sunshine. The buildings in the vicinity had no closed windows. They were all shattered in the nuclear explosion. Some of the abandoned cars occupying the streets had windshields that were cracked but remained intact. They were made with higher quality glass than the windows. It was also possible to spot the occasional sleek-looking, metal box. Sun Zhao explained that NATO's paratrooper previously used them as shock absorbers. However, as she talked about the city's history of invasions, she didn't express too much emotion. It probably had to do with the fact that she was raised in the survival base and the concept of patriotism was non-existent. But when she mentioned the history of wars, she openly expressed her disdain. Her eyes showed that both sides, in the war, were complete dumbastards. Is it going to rain? Jiang Chen raised his head as he gazed into the sky. The thick gray clouds covered the sun, as if it was the clouds that made the sunshine look so unnatural. There was a suppressing yellow light mixed with the ray of sunshine. He was curious as to how the plants grew here. Those are not clouds. Those are radiation dust. Sun Zhao found the comment quite funny. He was almost as naive as she was when she left Survival Base 071. That means we are completely exposed to radiation. His only understanding of radiation was from the Fukushima nuclear reactor accident. He remembered, at the time, all the salt was purchased clean from the stores. Although it's absurd looking back now, it was easy to imagine the emphasis people placed on health in the modern world. Radiation was as fearful as it could get. Sun Zhao wasn't too fazed. Don't worry, as long as there's iodine in your EP, the radiation level will not surpass the limit. You also don't need to worry about growing a third hand. However, if you are in front of a nuclear reactor or a former government's parliament, where radiation is high, it would be wiser to wear a protective suit, Sun Zhao warned as she rolled her eyes again. Although they had an exciting night, there was no sign of Sun Zhao being fatigued. But Jiang Chen felt a bit drained from all the action. It was not to say that Jiang Chen was weak, regardless how much endurance he had. There was no way he could compare physically to a female Superman that constantly fought in battles. Those ridiculous body stats. Jiang Chen could not imagine that, without any signs of muscle, she was much stronger than him who at least maintained some muscles. The decision to venture out together was completely her idea. Since you said you are going to help me, then you have to study some combat-related knowledge. Tomorrow let's venture out together. At least you need to learn how to shoot, and how to protect yourself. Well, I do think I can be a backup personnel. Be quiet, tomorrow we'll go to the survival camp at 6th Street. You need to inject the anti-infectious vaccine. Without it, it would be too dangerous. You have to go. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to carry the rifle as he quietly followed. They continued to chat along the way, but for some reason, she didn't ask about his origin. Since she didn't ask, Jiang Chen did not bring up the topic either. Jiang Chen knew that she stopped asking because she developed trust in him. When the time comes, she knew he would tell her. For the same reason, Jiang Chen didn't pursue the topic of why she was at the mansion in the first place. We'll pass a zombie-infested area up front. The best place to practice shooting is the battlefield itself. Get familiar with the weapon first, but don't fire, she explained, as she took out a high-powered looking rifle from behind. She then looked at Jiang Chen, as she continued to answer his questions. SK-10, short to medium-range laser rifle. The best kind of weapon against zombies would be lasers because it has low noise and high accuracy. However, to improve your shooting, let's start with bullet weapons first, she pointed at the gun Jiang Chen was holding and continued. PK-200 assault rifle. 7.62 mm in diameter. These bullet guns are not as accurate as the laser ones, but the high penetration power and reliability cannot be underestimated. Even if you use the barrel to smash your enemies, it would be durable enough to get the job done. The safe is on the right side of the rifle, remember to keep it closed if you are not firing. The sleek-looking gun barrel had a futuristic design. At the handle, Jiang Chen saw a small symbol. Pack. The two of them walked through the empty street. The occasional 3-feet-long rat crossing the road would always scare Jiang Chen, but he got used to it after a while. These mutants were everywhere. Jiang Chen even saw a cockroach the size of a dog as it fled into the shadows of the street. Their 1-meter-long tentacles were disturbing to see. Not all creatures possess attacking abilities. For example, while rats are large, biologically they still preserve their natural fear of human. While cockroaches certainly look frightening, due to the source of their food, they won't attack any living things. They were approaching the intersection as Sun Jiao raised her rifle in caution. Zombies would stop all activity during the daytime. The mutated cells in the back of their heads require a stable environment to photosynthesis. Shocking, right? That's why these zombies survived all these years without starving to death. I think some of the zombies even evolved to a point where they can reproduce asexually. Sun Jiao joked around for a bit while keeping her guard up. What we need to be careful of are the carnivores. They usually eat zombies or other creatures at the bottom of the food chain. However, if they do encounter a human, they are not picky eaters. Lastly, the most dangerous species are humans. If someone points at your head, don't hesitate and fire immediately. Her decisiveness made Jiang Chen feel a sudden coldness run down his spine. Astounded by the cruelty on the wasteland, Jiang Chen was also amazed. The city developed its own complex yet distinct ecosystem. Nature was truly compelling in adapting to the idea of survival of the fittest. Under the iron forests, there were no signs of civilization. Only an uncivilized land remained. Despite holding a highly advanced weapon, Jiang Chen did not feel safe at all. Shish! Sun Jiao suddenly stopped and raised her right hand to stop Jiang Chen. Don't point your gun at me, dumb bastards. Watch my back, Sun Jiao cursed at Jiang Chen under her voice. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and opened the safe, as he pointed the gun directly into the peaceful street. This is odd, all the mutants in the surrounding area disappeared. They must have sensed their predator. There was a shiver of nervousness in Sun Jiao's voice. The hint of nervousness made the almost calm Jiang Chen nervous again. Predator. Carnivores of some sort. Hopefully, it is not a death claw. Although he didn't know what a death claw was, Jiang Chen heard the concern in her voice. At that moment, a loud blast came from somewhere far down the street. Immediately, a deep but loud roar followed and a burst of gunshots ensued. There is a battle up front, come with me. Sun Jiao instructed after she heard the noise in the distance. Without retreating, she moved in the direction of the battle. I mean, are you sure we are not going the wrong way? Sun Jiao didn't respond to Jiang Chen's question, he had to follow as he had no other choice. A burst of howls erupted from a hideous yet vicious-looking face. Saliva was flowing from its mouth, while it swung the almost broken lamppost. The fat on the creature's body looked as if it was about to burst. Focus fire. Throw the explosives over. Quick, ammo. I need ammo. Ah, my hand. A flying car door cut through a poor guy's arm, as it penetrated into the wall not far behind from him. The monster was angered, as it unleashed all of its power onto the soldier's defense line. The mutant was under heavy fire from the not-so-well-equipped soldiers. They tried to suppress the raging meatball. A few soldiers ducked under friendly fire while avoiding the debris that the monster threw. They continued to throw explosives at the monster. It's Roshan. As Sun Jiao backed into the corner, shock was written all over her face. How did it appear here? Jiang Chen was even more surprised. With his mouth wide open, he was completely stunned. What the hell is that? That thing is massive. Roshan pressed forward, as it bathed in the heavy fire. The situation was looking dire for the soldiers. While the bullets did affect Roshan's movement, it was far from stopping him. The thick layer of fat was like a bulletproof vest, which stopped the bullets from penetrating through his skin. The soldiers were out of solutions. Even the leader of the squad immediately sent out an order to approach the Roshan with explosives. However, the thick layer of fat was designed for more than bullet protection. Although the waves of attack were not effective, the Roshan's movement was hindered by it. The Roshan could no longer make any advancements forward. At that moment, a homing missile penetrated the air, as it cast a gloomy trail of death directly at the Roshan. But the missile did not hit the Roshan. It skidded across the Roshan's face, as it impacted the building behind it. Boom! Following the impact, a wave of the violent explosions ensued. The steel-reinforced concrete broke into pieces as it left a massive hole in the building behind the Roshan. It seemed to have sensed the danger. The Roshan's body of fat began shaking violently, as its power was even more explosive and fierce. Its bloody mouth opened wide, as if it was letting out an angry roar, but the roar was silent. Another missile flew across the battlefield. Following the track of the first missile, this one directly penetrated into the Roshan's bloody mouth. In seconds, blood, brain, and fat exploded into small droplets. The content of the Roshan's body filled the street. The Roshan, without its head, fell to the ground. The soldiers celebrated their victory. Soldiers walked out of their covers as the battle came to an end. They hugged each other and helped the wounded. Then, they cleaned the battlefield in an organized manner. 99 type anti-tank missile, that is pretty much the only thing that could destroy the Roshan. The Roshan's fat is very thick, which would make any bullet-type weapon obsolete. At the same time, the Roshan's bad habit of throwing things makes fighting one a nightmare. Sun Jiao felt relieved as she let out a sigh. What are they doing? Jiang Chen glanced at the people who were dissecting Roshan as he tried to keep the food in his stomach down. Collecting the crystals. Also, Roshan's fat can be used as nutrients in the nutrient supply. Oh, I think the blood cell can also be used as ingredients in the vaccines. Nutrient supply. Why does it sound like food? Jiang Chen shivered as he promised himself that he would never touch that nutrient supply. Wouldn't that be equivalent to eating Roshan's meat? Sun Jiao smiled as she seemed to have guessed why Jiang Chen was grossed out. She then took Jiang Chen to the group of soldiers. Sensing their approach, a soldier walked over. He then examined the group of two. With professionalism, he spoke, 6th Street welcomes you. Based on the necessary procedure, I need to inspect your gene code. Gene code was a type of code based on an algorithm developed through a person's genetic sequence, and was used as EP's user ID. Due to EP's broad adoption, and the uniqueness of each genetic sequence, it was used as a form of ID. In the apocalyptic world, the government didn't exist. Therefore, to prove one's identity, DNA was the only option. In some governed survival bases, the entrance was dependent on the inspection of the gene code. The goal was to find criminals who violated the law in the survival base. After they had displayed their EP, the soldier allowed both of them to pass politely. I always thought only barbarians existed in the wasteland. I can't believe I can see some traces of civilization. Jiang Chen's cautious heart calmed down as he saw the soldiers did not bother them any further. Sun Jiao grinned as she heard Jiang Chen's statement. Oh, my opinion is the opposite of yours. I think civilization exists everywhere on this piece of land. It's just that its form is rather unique. The steel gate slowly opened, as the tension within the camp decreased. Behind the sandbags, Jiang Chen saw the anti-tank missile that destroyed Roshan. The vicious cannon spread an eerie vibe as it just stood there. The ground was littered with its large metal shells. Jiang Chen followed Sun Jiao into the camp. 6th Street was a harbor that welcomed travelers of the wasteland. Its philosophy was to protect the order in a land filled with chaos. But it would be naive to consider 6th Street as the enforcer of justice. Civilization transcended through time, as history unfolded the successes and failures of a species. Humanity was a product of human adaptation and increased the understanding of humans themselves. Civilization hence existed as the cultivation of all the spiritual, intellectual, and physical discoveries of humankind. It has no accurate definition and can exist in any form. Therefore, civilization existed at this place. But the definition was different than what Jiang Chen believed. The technological level at 6th Street was all over the place. A soldier carried an old automatic rifle with a cigar in the other hand and stared blankly into space. While a merchant, with an advanced full-sensory computer, calculated the price of goods. People with missing limbs were everywhere. Some used canes while others were geared with robotic arms that were agiler than a real leg. The lives of the 6th Street residents were also drastically different. People starved to the bones crowded the streets. They no longer even have the energy to howl. Uniformed soldiers, in groups of 3, overlooked the road. They ignored the starved refugees and hookers on the street. Like machines, the dark shades disguised any emotions they had. Absolute neutrality, that is 6th Street's founding principle on this wasteland. The laws are rather simple here. Murder and theft will be punished by death, tax fraud will be punished by eviction, and intentional harm will result in jail time, Sun Jiao explained to Jiang Chen as he tried to get familiar with the rules. Then, why is that guy not shot? Jiang Chen swallowed his spit as he stared in disbelief. A man was beating a woman to death. The starved woman did not fight back. The man sensed Jiang Chen's stare and gave Jiang Chen a friendly smile. That's the inspector. They are responsible for cleaning up the corpses at the ghetto, Sun Jiao answered with ease, but Jiang Chen could sense her dislike for this place. That woman was clearly alive. The inner circle at the 6th Street is a bit more organized, but it'll cost us 1 crystal energy. We are here for some small exchanges, so the outside market should be more than sufficient, Sun Jiao said, avoiding the previous topic. Jiang Chen nodded in silence. It was a twisted civilization. The outside market was littered with filth, but it was much better than the ghetto. The thief that got shot today was thrown into the dump. At night, the inspector would drag the body into the farm. It would then get mixed in with the lard that they looted from the Roshan and get made into fertilizers. Some of the more famous, grand thieves, were nailed directly to the wall. Roger Clarkson, known as the Werewolf, perpetrated 3 murders at 6th Street and was shot by the security team in the sewage. A close examination of the wall explained the death of the criminals. The name suggested that the guy was a foreigner, but it was nothing surprising since NATO's troops had previously landed in this city. A lot of people remained here. At the front of the market, 2 rather clean-looking merchants were arguing fiercely. They seemed to have reached a conclusion in the end, as they signed both their names. Under the supervision of the market regulator, one side put a piece of crystal onto the crystal counting machine. The other one leashed out 10 barely clothed women. Indeed, they were on leashes. Every woman's slim and pale body was chained with a collar-shaped electronic lock. Their spirits seemed to have escaped their bodies as they blindly obeyed the order. Their graceful figures were stunning to the human eye. They were like dolls with almost flawless skin, but a barcode tattooed on their cheeks ruined the perfect image. It's a symbol that typically appeared on products only. The merchant was satisfied by the products he had just purchased. He waved his hand as the women were loaded onto the truck that was leaving the market. New Ray Hotel, with her eyes fixed in the direction the vehicle, Sun Jiao slowly let those words out of her mouth. Jiang Chen noticed that Sun Jiao's hands clutched into fists. Hotel. It's a brothel. The goal of it is to provide full services to all customers. I think you understand exactly what kind of services they provide. At that place, female labors are expendable, since people with weird fetishes exist everywhere. I heard once from a not-so-smart guy, who was bragging at a bar in Looting Town, how soft the girls were. Soft, as in an edible way. Jiang Chen shivered, as if he could almost imagine the hell those spiritless women go through. That slave merchant is probably from the force that occupied Survival Base 101. They use cloning technology and nutrient supply to provide low-cost clones. The people cloned are more like products than they are human. So, what exactly is a survival base? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao's emotionless eyes as he opened his mouth in disbelief. It's something rather peculiar. Each survival base had a unique design philosophy to increase its survival probability. She shrugged as she continued to explain, I was born in Survival Base 71. Now that I think about it, I was quite fortunate. The design philosophy was to use AI to govern human nature. Although my life was structured, at least I was happy. Some of the survival bases were not as lucky. A cruel smile, unfit for her age, appeared on her charming face. I heard before that one survival base was designed to use people to govern people. It aimed to create a spiritual leader that motivates people's desire to survive. It was clear how naive the designer was. The spiritual leader only enforced justice for a few years before he neglected all human consciousness and became a barbaric tribe leader. He used the security measure in the place to eliminate all males and left all the women as his sex slaves. For Survival Base 101, I'd assume it was a human-less survival base. Shocked by the harsh truth, Jiang Chen forced himself to remain calm. However, he didn't completely understand Sun Jiao's words. Human-less survival base. What is a survival base without survivors? It stored the DNA of the human race's elites. After the survival base reached its time limit, the breeding system automatically manufactured perfect bodies. It then used virtual reality to produce years of memories within a short amount of time. I don't know what the designer considered, but they did not realize how popular these people would be after the war. Sun Jiao's words were full of mockery. Jiang Chen remained silent and continued to listen. Is this the end of civilization? We are here. Sun Jiao's voice abrupted Jiang Chen's thought as she dragged him into a store. The store was 6th Street Market's official purchasing station. It was responsible for evaluating the price of goods necessary for the survival camp and make purchases accordingly. Although canned food and batteries could all be used as currency in most survival bases, these trade rules were not applicable at the prosperous 6th Street. Therefore, it was necessary for a credible organization to enforce a consistent currency. It also simplified the taxation process. Crystals were the source of energy for high-power equipment. It acted as a hard currency in any survival base. Its ease of access also made it match all of the characteristics of money. Although it would be much more profitable to open his own store and sell canned food, the wealthy Jiang Chen chose the simpler option of selling it directly to the 6th Street officials. Sun Jiao did not stop him as she noticed he didn't want to stay here much longer. Items. The mechanical voice echoed through the window. Jiang Chen opened his backpack. He took out one of the items and placed on the table. The trader let out a loud gasp. Jiang Chen heard a shiver of disbelief from the tone. Then, he felt all eyes were on him, without any intention of hiding their greed or desire. Uncontrollably, Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao with pleading eyes. Sun Jiao signaled Jiang Chen to remain calm. No one dared to break the rules here. At least before they leave 6th Street, they are safe. Sir, do you have any more of this? The tone had a mixture of respect. Fresh, canned meat. Even the elites that lived within the inner circle only ate the meat of mutant cows and force-sprouted vegetables. The trader almost questioned the censor because the screen printed less than fresh cow meat. The expiration date is 127 days. The toxic substance is far below the consumption threshold. The food quality is perfect. Greater than meat in itself was considered a luxury, but fresh beef was the ultimate luxury. These things are almost extinct in the apocalyptic world. Finding an unmutated cow in the entire world was impossible. Even if there was one, it could only be in the far north where the radiation level was relatively low. In 6th Street or the entire wasteland, the majority of people had no access to healthy food. In most situations, the survivors chose nutrient supply as their primary source. Those were mostly composed of mutant protein and the taste was lackluster, as it was only a means for survival. Out of everyone on the wasteland, only Jiang Chen was lavish enough to eat healthy food every meal. What was even more absurd was that he complained about the taste of canned food being worse than fresh food. I have plenty of them. Please come to the VIP room. There will be a designated trader at your service. The trader smiled at Jiang Chen while he sped through the process. After a brief moment, a pretty-looking girl approached Jiang Chen. Sir, please follow me. The female trader mischievously smiled at Jiang Chen as she led them towards the VIP room. The goal of the room was to protect the privacy of the customers. If someone displayed valuable goods in the Grand Hall, he would be dead immediately after he stepped out of 6th Street. As they pushed open the ancient wooden door, the fragrance of tea emerged from the carefully decorated room. A traditional wooden table was supplemented by real leather sofas. In the middle of the chamber was a set of burning incense. The antique porcelain tea set only added to the place's glorifying elegance. This VIP room was quite similar to the tea rooms in the modern world. Please come in, sir. The gorgeous female trader welcomed Jiang Chen. Her cleavage slightly exposed. Sun Jiao grinned at the scene. The way the female trader looked at him made him feel slightly uncomfortable, almost as if she was going to eat him. However, Jiang Chen didn't give it much thought as he walked into the room. As the female trader was about to enter the room and close the door, Sun Jiao slipped in. The female trader glanced at Sun Jiao with slight anger, but she was met with a defiant stare. The female trader saw the enormous pair of breasts Sun Jiao had and a look of defeat crossed her face. However, she still maintained a professional smile and closed the door behind her. Jiang Chen had, clearly, no idea about the fierce exchange that happened within a few seconds. All transactions over 100 crystals must be done in the VIP room for privacy purposes. At the same time, it was a strategy to establish relationships with the wealthy. It was no news that at 6th Street, the VIP room also offered extra, intimate, services. Professional female traders used the extra services to make tips, and 6th Street Exchange would gain favorable reviews from major clients. It was a win-win situation. But since Miss Sun Jiao was there, the female trader's dream for a big tip was shattered. After the cans had been evaluated, the transaction was cleared. 20 cans of perfect quality meat. The exchange paid a hefty price of 50 crystals per can, because these cans far exceeded the necessity of being just food and was considered a luxury. Therefore, if the exchange auctioned these among the elites, the price would easily double. After all, these were as rare as it could be. Because of this, Sun Jiao complained to Jiang Chen countless times. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to be bothered by that fact, he was quite satisfied. How much was a can even worth? However, 1 crystal was enough to charge the multiverse bracelet by 10%. Therefore, he no longer needed to steal electricity. There was no way to lose in the trade. Do you know what the VIP room is for? Sun Jiao suddenly asked, as they stepped into the crowded street. A place to exchange multiple items. Jiang Chen paused for a split second, as he was confused by the question. Sun Jiao suddenly laughed so hysterically that she needed to hold her stomach. Of course you don't know. I don't think this is funny. Jiang Chen blankly stared at Sun Jiao. Just as Sun Jiao finished having her fun, she whispered into Jiang Chen's ear with a smirk, "It's a place where you receive intimate service." The light breath tingled his sensations. He was used to Sun Jiao's flirting, so he did not blush or run away like before. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling. "Don't you hate me for ruining your chance of having a great time?" Sun Jiao jokingly asked. "If I stood outside, maybe she would have given you the intimate service. That girl is probably still cursing at me for ruining her business. Why would I hate you? I prefer to get intimate service from you." Jiang Chen also had a mischievous smile on his face. He approached Sun Jiao's ear and in retaliation, he also blew into it. She blushed as she was new to the experience herself. Although she assumed her role as someone older than Jiang Chen, she was not. Suddenly, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up in caution. "Someone is following us." "Who?" Jiang Chen paused as he subconsciously wanted to turn his head. "Don't turn your head. Pretend like nothing happened. Nobody dares to do anything here. I have my ways of dealing with them, my boss," Sun Jiao said as she bit Jiang Chen's ear. In other people's eyes, they were a loving couple. Because someone was following them, they sped up their itinerary. Sun Jiao took Jiang Chen to a hospital-looking place. He learned that the place was for vaccines and genetic injections. After a total of 55 crystals, the doctors injected the vaccine and genetic injections into Jiang Chen's arm. One of them was a T-type vaccine which prevented zombie infection. The other was a C-type genetic injection. Based on the doctor's description, its effects included an increase in muscular strength, reflex, and bone strength between 10 to 25 points. The body's ability would increase gradually over 3 days. There were some other useful injections in the store, and Jiang Chen selectively purchased a few. They were all beneficial in improving the body's performance and combat powers. After all, strength was necessary to protect the wealth. He couldn't hide behind Sun Jiao for his whole life. However, Jiang Chen still thought it was much cooler to hire someone to fight for you than to fight yourself. Immediately after, they replenished their ammunitions at the firearm store. Sun Jiao's assault rifle used the C-type battery as ammo, and 5 clips of ammo cost only 1 energy unit. The PK-200 rifle that Jiang Chen used, the 7.62mm ammo, were a bit more expensive. 360 rounds of ammo cost a total of 4 crystals. While Sun Jiao was uncertain about making the purchase, Jiang Chen paid the full price without hesitation. Canned food for firearms, it was a win for him in any situation. Of course, the uncivilized world would not understand this. On the wasteland, laser weapons were without a doubt the most economical and effective weapon of choice. Most short mid-range laser rifles were sufficient in any terrain within the city. Only long-range rifles cost a significant amount of energy. For Sun Jiao's rifle, its effective range was only 400 meters. After that, its power would decrease significantly. But one C-type battery was enough to provide 200 shots. If overheating was not a problem, its power could directly match that of a machine gun. As to bullet weapons, its benefits included an effective firing distance and immunity against energy shields. For the PCA-manufactured PK-200 assault rifle, if the gun were equipped with a scope, it would be as effective as a sniper rifle. Although it was a bit of a waste for Jiang Chen to use it, it fitted his need. The reliability of bullet-type weapons was much higher compared to laser rifles. An EMP grenade would render a laser rifle completely useless, but a bullet weapon would continue to function. If there were any malfunctions, Sun Jiao would know how to solve the problem, even though Jiang Chen would be clueless. "Let's stay here tonight." Sun Jiao watched the searing sun make its exit into the horizon and subtly peeked at the follower. But Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows as he felt extremely unsafe about being followed. "The night will disguise all the dangers," Sun Jiao replied calmly with a fierce smile, "and it is also our opportunity to be the dangerous one." Chapter 8. Weizhong Mercenaries. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_ editor, Shujin EX, Lee _. The Tulip Hotel sat between the borders of the inner and outer circle. The location was near 6th Street's most prosperous market, and it was the most secure and guarded place. The roof cast a humid and dark vibe to onlookers. 50 anti-air machine guns guarded the lavishly furnished hotel. Despite the rather odd contrast, it demonstrated the hotel's strong force. On the lawless piece of wasteland, safety was the #1 priority. Only backed by the 6th Street official could anti-air machines be placed on the roof. Only the wealthy and important people lived here. Therefore, the issue of security was emphasized to the max. According to Sun Jiao, if any intruder entered your room without permission, the law permits the intruder to be shot on the spot. The reason why they lived here was to get rid of the tail that followed them. They sat on the extravagant leather sofa as Jiang Chen swallowed a piece of orange from a can of fruit. He would have never eaten these things before, due to the ridiculous amount of preservatives and sweeteners in it. However, since he only ate junk food for the past few days, he needed to ingest some fruit. For vitamins, and to maintain his health. Don't look at me like that, I'll save you some. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he saw Sun Jiao stare at the fruit, full of desire. He turned towards the person on the ground, who was also staring at the fruit, swallowing. Why don't we get rid of this problem and have dinner? Wei Lei was completely tied up on the ground as he felt someone's vicious stare behind him. A chill went down his back. He stared at the smiling man on the sofa but felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. Cold sweat appeared profusely on Wei Lei's forehead as he felt the gun pointed to the back of his head. You guys got the wrong person. I didn't. Sun Jiao whipped the gun barrel around and, without any hesitation, pointed it at his face. She then stepped on his head as she interrogated him in a dangerous tone. I am not asking if you followed us, I am asking you. She slowed down her voice as she flipped open the switch of the laser rifle. The light hum echoed across the room. Who sent you here? That was the voice of a predator. Even Jiang Chen, who sat comfortably on the sofa, shivered. This was the first time she acted so viciously, well, maybe not the first time. After Sun Jiao caught him, he immediately said he did not know anything. Other than a name, he didn't give them any useful information. He insisted that he was a refugee who lived in the ghetto. But would a refugee appear in the most prosperous place on 6th Street? I don't know anything. You guys are using illegal forces. The guards at 6th Street will not let you guys go. Wei Lei screamed as his eyes opened wide. He was so naive that he began to threaten Jiang Chen. Naive, but dumb. If he didn't trust Sun Jiao's abilities, Jiang Chen would almost believe he was just an ordinary person. You have 10 seconds to reconsider. Of course, to help you think, I will break one of your nuts every 10 seconds. With a stern voice, Sun Jiao kicked Wei Lei as she flipped him over. Don't do it. No. Wei Lei let out a frightened scream as he looked hysterically at Sun Jiao and tried to move away from her. 9. I don't know anything. Miss, please let me go, Wei Lei begged with his life, but he could not see the slightest hesitation nor compassion in this devil-like woman. 7. Sun Jiao immediately picked up a steel beam. One. Sun Jiao raised her hand. No, wait a second. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Sun Jiao paused with the steel beam still in midair. A filthy smell began to fill the room. Jiang Chen sniffed the air and looked at the twitching Wei Lei with disgust. They didn't even start, and he had already peed his pants. If he wanted to be brave, he at least needed not to pee himself. Although when Sun Jiao said she was going to break his nuts, Jiang Chen also felt a chill seep down his pants. This move was surprisingly effective against males. I don't like to use violence to solve problems. Jiang Chen smiled at Wei Lei. As if he saw an oasis in the middle of the desert, Wei Lei crawled in front of Jiang Chen and firmly kneeled in front of him. Thank you. But if you continue to pretend like this, I don't mind giving my assistant some advice. Like putting a hungry mutant dog right in front of your nuts. I am sure it would enjoy a delicious meal. Jiang Chen's cold words froze the smile that just appeared on Wei Lei's face and immediately collapsed into a look of despair. Jiang Chen also shook both of his legs as he finished the sentence. The idea also made his nuts hurt. Jiang Chen swore in his head, but his face was still expressionless. Of course, compared to violence, I prefer doing deals. I am a merchant by nature, and if you are willing to cooperate, this is yours. A soft glowing purple crystal appeared in front of Wei Lei. The eyes full of terror slowly turned into greed. A crystal worth 100 energy unit, it was no doubt a significant amount of money on the wasteland. Of course, you could lie to me with some elaborative story, but if I were you, I would not do that. Would your boss give you this much money? I can, if you promise to work for me. Jiang Chen was pleased to see Wei Lei's facial expression change. He knew the good cop bad cop strategy worked. The rest of the problems were simple. Jiang Chen easily got the information he needed from his mouth. Weijiang mercenaries, a group of mercenary, was known for human tracking and raiding survivors. They also provide the occasional protective service for special groups of customers. The mercenary was located at a school in Songjiang City. It used the walls there to build a strong defense. The reason they spotted Jiang Chen was merely a coincidence. Weijiang mercenaries were just finishing a trade on 6th Street when the leader, Zhou Guoping, saw Jiang Chen taking out a can of food from his backpack. Jiang Chen was then immediately invited to the VIP room, which triggered Zhou Guoping's interest. Of course, to be the leader of a trade team, Zhou Guoping had the brains to strategize and plan. Obviously, kidnapping on 6th Street was impossible. If he broke the rules here, the dead bodies outside of the market were clear indications of the consequences he would face. Weijiang mercenaries also needed 6th Street to trade for necessities. No one dared to make enemies with 6th Street. But if they kidnapped outside of 6th Street, there would be no problems. The rules only applied when they were within the walls of the 6th Street. Zhou Guoping's head was filled with greed as he saw Jiang Chen's full backpack, but he still moved carefully. He knew that many forces traded on 6th Street. If he messed with the wrong group of people, even his commander would not be able to save him. Zhou Guoping did not intend to kidnap them, as he only sent people to follow them. He sent one person to keep an eye on them, and another to find out more about their backgrounds. After he had seen Jiang Chen enter the vaccine store, and then immediately went to the ammo store, Zhou Guoping was full of surprise and joy. He believed that both of them were lone travelers on the wasteland because most of the powerful forces would not exchange crystals with ammo. They usually possessed their own production line. Take 6th Street, for example. The enormous ghetto is not meant to be a safe haven. Immediately beside the ghetto was a massive factory. The factory contained all kinds of production lines extracted from all over the wasteland. Some of them are even improved to utilize the highly efficient crystals. They melted old metals into ammo, mixed mutant proteins with fat to create nutrient supply, and farmed vegetables and fruits with special fertilizers. To continuously survive on the wasteland, production was a necessity. The officials of 6th Street knew that by heart. This was even more critical, especially given all the stores of Wanghai City were raided clean more than 10 years ago. As he confirmed that they were lone travelers, Zhou Guoping immediately contacted the headquarters of the mercenary group and tightened the watch on the two. These two were more wealthy than any group he has ever raided. Although the woman made Zhou Guoping felt a slight danger, Zhou Guoping was determined to strike the gold. Jiang Chen silently listened to Wei Lei's confession as he began to ponder. Ha, boss. Don't you think you should give me that crystal now? Wei Lei smiled, but his eyes were fixed on the crystal, full of greed. 100 energy worth of crystal. He would be set for life. 1 energy unit was good enough to buy 10 nutrient supply. Oh, why would Wei Lei even need nutrient supply? Even if he went to the most expensive place on Wasteland, New Ray Hotel, it would be enough for a month. Wei Lei could not contain his excitement, even though the crystal was still in Jiang Chen's hands. Since this man still needs me, I will not die. He will probably even give me more crystals in the future. Wei Lei fantasized about his future life. He imagined lying around while being served by a hot blonde maid. A black pistol shattered his fantasy, as his eyes met with the pitch-black barrel. Dumb SS. Jiang Chen sighed as he pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, with some white liquids mixed in between. He looked at the smoke coming from the pistol, his hand trembled. Although he was mentally prepared, and the guy was deserving of his death due to all the crimes he committed, seeing the head split open was still traumatizing. Wei Lei kept his mouth closed before was not because he feared the Weijiang mercenaries' influence. For if he wanted to hide, it would be impossible to find him. Even for a dominant force like 6th Street, it would still be difficult to trace a wanted person. So, if he managed to leave the area, he would not need to worry about his safety. However, he kept his silence because of how worthless a human life could be. He was worried that the second he let any information out, he would be executed. However, the combination of extreme fear and an incredible offer from Jiang Chen turned Wei Lei into a stranded traveler who saw an oasis in the middle of a desert. Thus, he spilled everything. Wei Lei was too naive to believe that he could form an agreement with Jiang Chen. He thought he could be a double agent in the Weijiang mercenaries. However, loyalty was a joke to him because true loyalty never existed on a wasteland where the ultimate goal was to survive. As predicted, his plan ultimately came short. The moment he finished his sentence, his value was completely gone. Therefore, it was a wise decision to execute the spy immediately. Jiang Chen was not worried that he would be found. Blood also splattered onto Sun Jiao. She was slighted, disgusted, but was used to such gruesome scenes. She shrugged. It's difficult to wash blood stains off of clothing. Also, next time, you can leave these types of things to me. The hint of care, hidden in her last sentence, touched Jiang Chen's heart dearly. He took a deep breath to calm his conscience. He then closed the safety and tossed the gun away. I will get used to it. A smile broke out on Sun Jiao's face as she approached Jiang Chen. She sat on Jiang Chen's leg and hugged him. The bold move slightly surprised Jiang Chen. The softest part of Sun Jiao took away any doubt he had. You are going to stay, right? She whispered into his ear, with her red lips. You know, he asked in a concerned but rhetoric tone. He hugged her gorgeous body. It was Jiang Chen's biggest secret, and a secret he could never tell. Girls are very sensitive, she replied with a grin in her voice. You don't belong here, but I hope you don't leave me. I will never, Jiang Chen said in a soft, but determined voice. He had already made a choice that night. Yes, he initially wanted to take the gold from this place and live like a millionaire in the modern world. But now, he could no longer separate himself from this world. There was someone he cared about. Therefore, it was impossible to leave. If in the future, there was a way, maybe he could time travel with Sun Jiao into the modern world. The wasteland wasn't exactly the best place to stay. I also believe you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. If this place didn't smell like blood, I would eat you right here. Emotion and joy overcame Jiang Chen as he whispered into Sun Jiao's ear. But, I want to take a shower first. I don't want to let go. Jiang Chen smacked her butt and grinned as he listened to the soft moans by his ear. Then you'll have to take a shower with me. Sun Jiao playfully bit onto Jiang Chen's ear. Her long and agile legs held onto him tightly. In a seductive voice, she said, let me see if the gene vaccine made you any stronger. A roar and a scream ensued. Shirts, pants, and underwear scattered across the floor. There was a battle between man and woman in the washroom. It looks like the gene vaccine was effective after all. My feet didn't even touch the ground. After a while, Sun Jiao collected her breath as she finished enjoying herself. She poked at Jiang Chen's chest with a grin. His once flat chest now had muscles. But since the gene vaccine only increased muscle strength and not the appearance of muscles, Jiang Chen's body didn't look too different from before. Though his strength was now far more superior. Satisfied, my princess, Jiang Chen lightly embraced the delicate figure. With a smile, he wanted to slap her butt again. Call me your queen, Sun Jiao said. She playfully avoided Jiang Chen's hand. She then covered her body with a towel. It's now time for business. Time to eat dinner, Jiang Chen said smiling as he also grabbed a towel. Of course, but before that, we need to take care of the unfortunate guy that's outside. He watched Sun Jiao leave the washroom with a forced smile. It was a bit too crazy to have sex with a dead body in the house. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_editor, Shujin EX, Lee _. Dead bodies were not a big deal on the wasteland. The place was not exactly the definition of a civilized society. Sun Jiao used the intercom, beside the door, to call the servers and explain to them that she encountered an assassin. Moments later, a few servers came in and dragged the body away. Before they left, they were considerate enough to spray the carpet with blood dissolver, which cleaned up all the nasty blood stains. The manager also came personally to apologize for the intruder. In the apocalyptic world, death was common and natural. It appeared that this was also not the manager's first time taking care of an incident like this. He handled the situation seamlessly. Sun Jiao and Jiang Chen then politely rejected the offer of a complimentary steak dinner made of mutant cows. It was simply a gesture, since no one who could afford this place cared about a complimentary steak meal. The suite didn't have a kitchen, it only had a microwave and a dusty rice cooker that sat at the corner of the dining room. Most of the rich who lived here did not prepare food themselves, but a few wealthy exceptions did prefer to eat luxurious food like rice. In this world, rice was considered a luxury. Despite the existence of a few farmlands, rice production was still very limited. Therefore, most of the people who lived here survived on nutrient supply and only ate cooked food for special occasions. But of course, Jiang Chen was an exception. He took out a bag of rice from the storage dimension and washed it before he put it into the rice cooker. In less than half an hour, the steaming rice was finished, and the smell immediately dazzled Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen didn't hide his special ability in front of Sun Jiao anymore, and Sun Jiao didn't inquire further. Jiang Chen knew that she was curious, but is especially grateful that she respected his privacy. Jiang Chen knew that one day, he would tell her all his secrets. For he couldn't even understand some of the miracles himself, it would only cause more confusion if she knew. After he poured the contents of the can onto a plate and heated it, the dishes were placed on the dinner table and a not-so-fancy dinner was prepared. It was not fancy because Jiang Chen has had enough canned foods, but the dinner did include things like curry chicken, spicy tofu, and a lot of things Sun Jiao had never seen before. So, the dishes were still quickly swept clean. Jiang Chen patted his flat stomach as he eyed the empty rice cooker. He was quite shocked to discover that the gene vaccine not only strengthened his muscle, but it also increased his appetite. He at least ate 2 times his usual amount. He finally understood why Sun Jiao ate so much. She was not just a foodie after all. I made a little more so we could have some for breakfast tomorrow, but it looks like you ended up finishing it all. Jiang Chen laughed as he looked at Sun Jiao's happy face after the meal. She blushed as she eyed Jiang Chen with an angry look. What, are you worried? No, I can afford it regardless of how much you eat, Jiang Chen said while shaking his head. Although it was not exactly sweet talk, Sun Jiao looked euphoric, as a smile appeared on the bold girl's face. Help me clean up. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes as he grabbed the plates. Okay, he stared at Sun Jiao's flat stomach in disbelief. He wondered where the 5 bowls of rice went. The commercial bank building at Qingpu is located in a crowded area. The zombie concentration, as well as radiation, are all extremely high. Also, dangerous mutant creatures will be there. She lied flat on the bed and pointed her finger at the full sensory computer screen, as a 3-dimensional map appeared. This is the map. If we need to get the gold from inside, we'll have to enter from here and then pass through the safety tunnel. Come on, are you even listening to me? Sun Jiao shook her head and rolled her eyes. What is this? Jiang Chen wiped his drool and gazed at the advanced tech product. The physical part was only the size of a pen, and a square prism projected out from the side displayed the screen. The 3-dimensional visual hovered above the rectangular prism. A product that only appeared in sci-fi films, now appeared right in front of his eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't believe what he was seeing. This thing was probably worth more than all the gold in Wanghai City. It would be nearly impossible to sell these kinds of products. If Jiang Chen showed this product to anyone, a lot of government organizations would immediately find him and discuss with him about contributing to the country as a patriotic citizen. It's a full sensory computer. Although it is not as reliable as a portable computer, the functionality is much more advanced. There has to be a limit to your lack of knowledge. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes again. Fine, what is a dangerous mutant creature? Jiang Chen sighed as he accepted the fact that he was oblivious. He lied beside Sun Jiao and continued to stare at the screen. For example, the Roshan we saw today, or this, Sun Jiao's finger swiped across the screen. A figure that was similar to an alien appeared on the screen, Death Claw. Its energy level is between 60 to 70. Its speed is extremely high and its sense of smell is very sensitive. The body is covered by a layer of protective armor, so normal bullets cannot deal real damage to it. Therefore, the best solution is to run away, but even that is difficult to do. A light aroma of lily tingled Jiang Chen's nose. Because Sun Jiao used the shampoo and body wash from the modern world, Sun Jiao's body casted an attractive fragrance. However, since they were in the middle of a serious conversation, Jiang Chen managed to control himself. As he recollected his thoughts, Jiang Chen stared at the Death Claw in deep thought. Do these things appear near the commercial banking building? Death Claw will appear anywhere, but they usually prefer to be near places that have been impacted by a nuclear bomb. I am not exactly sure about this, but typically when there is a high distribution of zombies, there will be other mutant creatures in the vicinity. This is because zombies are considered food for the mutants. Do you have any plans? Jiang Chen asked after a brief pause. Of course there are 2 options. First, we can use this route to infiltrate the underground vault directly and then use explosives to open it. Or second, we can use this way instead to enter the main control room, obtain the access code, and then use the regular route to get into the vault. Where did you get all this information? Are they reliable? Jiang Chen was visibly shocked by the clearly labeled route. Looting Town. They have the most accurate map databases there. Apparently they got it from the satellite before the war, so it should be trustworthy. What exactly is this looting town? I've always heard you talk about it. After Sun Zhao's explanation, Jiang Chen was curious. Bohai, it's an aircraft carrier. Sun Zhao continued with a grin, disregarding the shock on Jiang Chen's face. So, my boss, it's time for you to make a choice. The first plan is too dangerous, and the explosion would create too much noise. If it manages to attract all the zombies, then there is no way to get out. That's my concern as well. Although attracting all the zombies would be an exaggeration, it is not too far off. Even during the day, zombies still possess some attack power. If they receive any strong stimulants, they would attack. How about through infiltrating the network? Do you know how to hack? How would I know those things? Sun Zhao laughed. To survive in the wasteland, great shooting ability is more than enough. However, there are quite a few specialists out there, and they often don't live in the best conditions. It wouldn't be too difficult to hire one. After a long period of consideration, Jiang Chen made a choice cautiously. Then let's go with option 2, where can we hire these people? We can hire them here, from the ghetto at 6th Street. All the people without combat power live there. Sun Zhao pointed outwards as she turned off the computer. Oh, we also don't have to worry about the Weijiang mercenaries. Although they are active in the Songjiang area, we can kill their men here. Besides, killing them would be understandable, given you are a target for them anyways. You are right, I have a feeling they are going to come after us when we leave the area, or at least continue to follow us. Do you need me to prepare a bit? Sun Zhao sighed as she stretched her graceful and slim arms. In that case, we can do this. After Sun Zhao had heard Jiang Chen's plan, her eyes lit up. Wow, you are a more terrible human being than me. Why don't you go to the labor market tomorrow then? It is at the front entrance of the ghetto. The commission fee is usually 1 crystal and they will let you pick until you are satisfied. Okay, it's better to work separately for now. Make sure you hide before leaving, Jiang Chen warned. Understood. Sun Zhao shrugged with the same careless expression. I have plenty of enemies and a mercenary group is nothing to me. If it is not for the fact that I am worried about you, nobody could stop me from leaving. I promise, if I want to leave, no one could stop me either. Jiang Chen murmured in his head. He turned off the bedside lamp and the light in the room changed into a soft orangey glow. It was very late into the night, and through the bulletproof window, there was not a single soul on the street. Oh, are you sleeping now? Sun Zhao turned around with the blanket just covering her body. She grinned at Jiang Chen. You little devil, we have things to do tomorrow. Now sleep. He already fought a hard battle earlier with her. If it continued like this daily, Jiang Chen questioned if his body would be able to handle it. Hee, boss, are you satisfied with this one? The weather on the wasteland was known for its strangeness. Although it was the midst of a summer day, occasionally the temperature would drop to sub-zero like it was the end of fall. The thick radiation dust blocked the majority of the UV rays, which means fluctuations in the weather was quite normal. If the cloud-like radiation dust would not drift away, then the temperature would feel even colder. Especially in the morning, the chillness was even more apparent. Covered in a trench coat, Jiang Chen stuffed one hand into his pocket while he examined a resume with the other. The fat guy standing by him was already bald and almost old enough to be Jiang Chen's dad, but he just stood obediently there, waiting for Jiang Chen's order. The survival camp was governed by absolute freedom and a capitalistic view, the crystals dictated who had power. Although he didn't know Jiang Chen's background, if he offended the customer by any means, his boss would not take this lightly on him. Also, Jiang Chen was a man of status. He took the recommendation from Sun Zhao to create a fictitious position, which was the general manager of a company called Fishbone Corporation. Other than the leaders of different factions and forces, the two other prestigious positions on the wasteland were arms dealers and food producers. Both types of products were very lucrative, especially because the majority of the farmlands were no longer feasible for production. As to why the company was called Fishbone Corporation, well, it was convenient since the brand produced most of the canned food that Jiang Chen brought. He even considered, after receiving a sum of cash, he would buy that company out to save the trouble of erasing the production date. Zhang Tianyu, originally the vice president of Walkman Electronic Company, specializes in business administration and electronic product development. The designer of the Asia-famous Walkman P7 phone. Jiang Chen cracked a smile. A vice president, that's satirical. Mr. Wang Yi, I need people who specialize in computers and can do some labor work at the same time. However, you managed to find me a vice president. Although a stellar resume, he didn't consider the vice president any further. He didn't need a person who was capable of corporate strategy. He didn't know why, but it felt great rejecting a vice president. His face maintained emotionless on the surface. I am sorry, sir. If you could please excuse me for a moment. The labor market manager named Wang Yi profusely apologized, as he ran into the data room to search again. Jiang Chen looked at the poorly dressed refugees in the ghetto as he let out a long sigh. The ghetto included some families with young people who could work. Usually, they would work in the factory area in exchange for some cheap nutrient supply and a small tablet of iodine. They would continue to survive with the family in hardships until death. If they encountered any diseases, their background almost foretold their unfortunate fate. Jiang Chen gazed at the radioactive dust cloud. The light that struck through cast an unhealthy color. Immediately, the fat Wang Yi hustled out of the data room and gave a stack of resumes to Jiang Chen. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Jiang Chen. Most of the resumes were dusty. It was evident Wang Yi recently dusted them off. There was an overabundance of highly skilled tech individuals on the wasteland. After all, the production of bullets didn't require sophisticated technology. Also, nobody would bother purchasing a new computer or phone. Jiang Chen carefully sifted through the resume as he raised his eyebrows occasionally. Boss, are you not satisfied? Wang Yi asked anxiously, as this affected his commission, which was his only source of income. There are a few people that are quite exceptional. However, Jiang Chen pointed at the criminal record at the bottom of the resume. Why are they all criminals? Lu Haitao, its specialist, was sentenced to 10 years in prison after stealing 15 nutrient supply. He was currently working at the nutrient supply boiler as a laborer. Li Kaming, Feishun Technologies project manager, was sentenced to 17 years in prison for robbery, and currently worked in an ammunition factory as a laborer. Wang Yi's face was full of anguish as he said with a plea, "Boss, there is nothing I can do about it." After Wang Yi explained, Jiang Chen eventually understood. Not everyone in the ghetto had freedom. All the people that were traded as a product were people that lost their freedom. Every person that received low-income support were the property of 6th Street. They were similar to slaves in ancient times. Every capable individual was forced to work in a factory, and incapable people acted as population reserves who would serve as soldiers in the front line. For those refugees that are given freedom, although most are poor, they can survive without any issues. Therefore, they do not need low-income support. But those were the rules from 10 years ago. The Wanghai city now had already established a stable ecosystem, and mutants and zombies did not attack the remaining space of the survivors. Hence, 6th Street was left with no external enemies. Therefore, there was no need for those slave-like refugees. To alleviate the overpopulation problem, the 6th Street officials also had to participate in the human labor business. They provided connections for specific suppliers, and used them to sell the excessive refugees. Mercenaries or merchants would often purchase the refugees as bait. It's fair to say that those people often did not end up in the best places. No one wasted nutrient supplies. Therefore, the individual permitted to be sold were either incapable people that offered no value or criminals. Jiang Chen hesitated again because he didn't want either type of people to join him. A terrible character would be difficult to control, but someone who was weak-bodied would also be challenging. Boss, you don't have to worry. These people will wear electronic bracelets once they are sold. Therefore if they do any harm, Wang Yi saw the hesitation in Jiang Chen's eyes and carefully explained it to him. In the end, he made a gunshot gesture. Although he was still worried, there were no better solutions. Jiang Chen sighed again as he must make a decision from the group of criminals. He just needed to be careful, that's all. 010342, please stop or you will be shot immediately. An emotionless voice echoed through the door as Jiang Chen looked in that direction. A soft body tackled his leg and he paused a little before looking down. I am sorry that I overheard your conversation. I know computers. Please, buy me. The girl spoke in a fast tone. The emotion cast by her pupil transitioned between fear and desperation. As the tiny body grappled onto his leg, Jiang Chen cautiously touched the weapon on his back. However, after he saw the soldier signaling him not to overreact and point his gun at the girl, Jiang Chen immediately abandoned the idea of pulling out his gun. The soldier grabbed the girl like he was grabbing a chicken. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Although he sympathized with her, he was worried about the girl's intentions. What if it was a trap by the Weizhong mercenaries? I am very sorry. There are always plenty of people that don't want to live to see tomorrow's daylight, Wang Yi apologized profusely. He also motioned for the soldier to send the girl back to camp. Jiang Chen noticed the girl had a watch-like item on her wrist. The item was constantly flashing. If anyone who received low income left the ghetto, it would immediately trigger the alarm. If she is sent back, what would happen to her? Jiang Chen asked carelessly. Put into a work camp. Wang Yi shrugged, as things like this happened every day. Even a kid that young can work. She is not that young. Usually, only people above the age of 16 wear those bracelets. She is just a bit malnourished. Anyways, boss, who do you want to select? I'll pick the girl. Jiang Chen sighed as he made the decision. A girl that thin and weak would die almost immediately in the work camp. Jiang Chen saw a lot of dead bodies since he came to the wasteland, he even killed someone with his own hands. But he couldn't let the girl be taken to a hell-like place right in front of his own eyes, especially if he was the reason. Jiang Chen tried to convince himself. Maybe that was my conscience after all. Something rare, but valuable. Confused, Wang Yi paused before he approached Jiang Chen. Boss, if you are into those types, there are some better choices. I have some connections that could help you. You seem to have a lot to say. Wang Yi looked at Jiang Chen's cold and emotionless face, and a shiver went down his spine. Yes, no problem, it was foolish to offend the customer as Wang Yi apologized again. How long would it take to finish the process? Approximately 1 day. Please tell me your address. Although the girl just violated the rule which made her a criminal, it would still take some procedures before she could be sold. 2 crystal units, I'll wait here. Boss, there is a justice system. 3 crystal units. I am referring to just the tip, Jiang Chen said without patience. Civilization doesn't even exist here, and you are telling me about the justice system. Yes, I will take care of it for you immediately. Wang Yi jogged to his office as he made the necessary contacts with his connections quickly. Although the guy looked fat, he was quite efficient. Jiang Chen only waited for half an hour before a soldier brought the girl to the door. He noticed that in just half an hour, there was already a bruise on the girl's face. Wang Yi saw Jiang Chen's dark facial expression as he tried to comfort him. Boss, the examination took some time, but that's for your safety. Please understand, he whispered into Jiang Chen's ear, the examiner told me that she is still a virgin, haha. Jiang Chen briefly moved his head away. The guy felt like a portable heat source with an unpleasant aroma. Jiang Chen signed on the agreement as he left 5 units of crystal on the table. After today, the girl coded 010342 would have nothing to do with 6th Street. You, what's your name? Jiang Chen looked at the bruise on the girl's left cheek and the blood stains on her arms. He moved his eyes away for a moment and took a deep breath. The bruise was the result of a hit with a gun barrel. Although it was unrelated to Jiang Chen, he felt responsible for it. Yao Jiayu, the girl answered in a quiet and obedient voice, but the tone sounded fragmented and frightened. So you understand computers? Yes, I do. The girl suddenly raised her voice, but she immediately realized her abruptness and lowered her head. I received a designation of B in computer programming in the virtual education system. So I am confident in both programming and hacking. Oh, then why are you stuck in such a horrendous place? Jiang Chen looked at the girl with a little shock. If a 16-year-old can do that well, then she would be a genius in the modern world. However, this seemed quite reasonable in the apocalypse. The virtual education system sped up the basic education process and trained people based on the individual's talent and potential. Therefore, a person would excel in one particular area after a few years. Almost everyone who grew up in a survival base received that kind of education. A designation of B was quite distinctive. The girl's name, Yao Jiayu, was clearly from a survival base, but she ended up here for some reason. It was quite common as the resources at the survival base were depleted, the people inside would leave to search for a new home. Almost everyone from there would go to the survival camp. There are a lot of people in the ghetto that can do it. Yao Jiayu blushed. She then lowered her head diffidently. Afraid Jiang Chen would not be happy, she then raised her head courageously. Although I might not be the best in the area, I believe in my potential. I am also very obedient. If you ask me to do anything, I will not resist. At the end of the sentence, Jiang Chen couldn't tell if it was because of excitement or embarrassment. The girl's face turned red like the sun at dawn. Jiang Chen grinned as she saw the girl struggle to sell herself. He didn't care about the crystals he spent. It's like money, it's meant to be spent. Relax, you don't have to be so stressed out working for me. Yao Jiayu quivered in agreement. Jiang Chen suddenly realized her clothes. They were thin textiles that laid flat on her small and tiny body. It seemed that everyone in the ghetto wore those types of clothing. After she had left the camp, all her assets were confiscated, which included an old jacket. Cold, she shook her head as she continued to shiver. Jiang Chen just realized that the girl shivered not because she was afraid of him, but because the temperature was too low. He let out a sigh. To Yao Jiayu's disbelief, he took off his trench coat and covered her. Don't catch a cold, it's difficult to get treated here. Jiang Chen wasn't the master of taking care of people, but the girl silently nodded her head. Her oily hair covered what seemed like a smile of happiness. Too lucky. Jiang Chen glanced over. No, nothing. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't continue asking. He did a good deed after all, which made him feel warm inside. Maybe this was the trait of a civilized person. Yao Jiayu peeked at the smile on Jiang Chen's face and then lowered her head in fear as she tightened the trench coat. It was warm. She didn't say it, but she waited so long for this day. Every day she hid in the corner of the labor market to peek at the people that were buying slaves. She wanted to find someone who was not so bad. There were ruthless mercenaries, wealthy merchants, and people she didn't understand very well. But this was the first time she ran to a buyer. She didn't even understand herself. Why did she risk her life to plead at this man? Maybe it was because of the way he looked in the ghetto. He had a glimpse of a special emotion, the emotion called sympathy. Although it was just a little, and it was almost gone, it was still there. So if she didn't take her chance then, she would spend the rest of her life in hell. She knew that the reason those bastards in the ghetto didn't touch her yet was that she didn't hit puberty. But once she grew up, she knew she would face the same kind of misery her sister next door faced. Forced to use her body in exchange for a pack of cigarettes. Or be humiliated by a group of people. She witnessed her father fight for her mother's life, till death. She also saw her mother's helpless plea. She witnessed too many tragedies unfit for her age. The world was insane. If the result would be the same if she had to depend on someone else to survive, why not choose someone that can treat her slightly better? Maybe not better, but if that person beat her a little less, she would be extremely glad. If she didn't risk it and Jiang Chen didn't buy her, maybe death at the work camp was not a bad finale after all. Mean, are you actually turned on by this? Jiang Chen sensed a despicable glare directed at him. He trembled at the threatening look Sun Jiao gave him. You are overthinking this situation. Yao Jiayu is the IT specialist I found, Jiang Chen explained with a forced smile. Do I look like someone who is into loli? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, and then she turned her attention to the girl. Without any sound, she whispered to him. Is she trustworthy? I believe she has nothing to do with the Wei Zhong mercenaries. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't want to hear the word believe. This is for your safety. Sun Jiao sighed as she approached Yao Jiayu. With one finger, she gently raised the girl's head and cautiously gazed into her eyes. Do you know Zhou Guoping? The sudden question didn't leave the girl with any time to prepare. But the crystal clear eyes were only filled with emptiness and confusion. Without any emotional fluctuation, she said, No, I don't know. Excellent. I need to do a search on you. I hope you don't mind. Sun Jiao nodded as a grin appeared out of nowhere. Okay, Yao Jiayu responded in a quiet and obedient voice. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Sun Jiao unzipped her clothes. Yao Jiayu's face blushed to dark red color, but she didn't resist Sun Jiao's action. She used her shaking hands to cover her sensitive parts. Her lips trembled slightly. It looked like she was afraid of the older girl in front of her. From Sun Jiao's eyes, she didn't see the same sympathy. Come on, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked while blushing, as he subconsciously tried to block his vision. I am doing a search on her to make sure she is trustworthy. Why are you blushing as if you are still a virgin? Are you still not used to seeing a naked girl's body? Sun Jiao mocked Jiang Chen as she rolled her eyes. Do you want to test me right here right now? Jiang Chen said defiantly. Yao Jiayu's face was still red. She looked at the ground and tried to hide her face. Her body still quivered. It was not because of the weather. This luxurious room was equipped with a heater. It was because Yao Jiayu was embarrassed. Although she thought she was calm, to be stripped in front of a guy was still too exhilarating for her. Okay, no signaling devices or weapons. Sun Jiao caressed Yao Jiayu's chest as she stood up. It caused a subtle scream. Are you sure you are a girl? Why are you so flat? Maybe it was intentional. Sun Jiao proudly raised her chest. Yao Jiayu remained silent. Her face was still red. She kept her head down, afraid to pick up the clothes on the floor. What are you even doing? Jiang Chen interrupted Sun Jiao's mischievous actions. Blushing, he told Yao Jiayu, "You, put your clothes back on." Okay. The girl picked up her clothes. She had hesitated for a moment before she decided to put them on in front of them. Jiang Chen thought he might have seen something he shouldn't have seen. He immediately covered his nose, preventing a bloody nose from the heated excitement. Why are you so timid and embarrassed? She's your slave and now part of your private assets. Even if you wanted to do something, she would not resist. Sun Jiao said mockingly. Oh, are you not going to be jealous? Jiang Chen gave Sun Jiao another hard stare. He felt it was necessary to punish the naughty girl for all her comments. I will suck you dry. She said this as she bit Jiang Chen's ear, which made him feel even more aroused. Fine, the punishment will come later. He took a deep breath and recollected his thoughts. Okay, enough of the jokes. This is Sun Jiao, and I am Jiang Chen. From now on, you are part of the group. Jiang Chen tried to sound as friendly as possible to the girl who was still confused. Yes, master, the girl said with her head lowered. You don't have to call me master, you can call me Jiang Chen. That electronic bracelet looks unsafe. Since you are trustworthy to me, let me take it off for you. Although it felt pretty satisfying to be called master by a sweet-looking girl, it still felt awkward to him. Even though Sun Jiao stared at him like he was a dumbass, Jiang Chen chose to ignore it. No, to Jiang Chen's surprise, Yao Jiayu didn't thank him for his intentions. Instead, she backed away with a pleading look. Why? Jiang Chen was astounded by her action. I don't mind a master who's so sympathetic. Yao Yao is very grateful. I hope you don't abandon me. I didn't say I was going to abandon you. Even though you are not doubtful of her, it doesn't mean you can trust her. Looks like she is pretty smart after all, Sun Jiao whispered. Jiang Chen realized why Yao Jiayu thought that way, with Sun Jiao's explanation. He recognized his immature thinking as he forced a smile. He was too used to the logics back in the modern world, but it was obviously different in the apocalypse. Betrayal, although a disdained word, was not uncommon in this world. Comrades shot each other for the loot, betraying their allegiance to each other. Husbands disregarded the responsibility of family for survival. These were all too common in this post-apocalyptic world. If he took off the electronic bracelet, even if he didn't want to think negative about her consciously, he would subconsciously remain doubtful of her. Unlike Sun Jiao, she wasn't here with him from the beginning. Doubt would sprout suspicion, and any of her future actions would be suspected. She didn't have any ill intentions nor any combat power. Even if she took off the bracelet, a simple bullet would be enough to end her. She was young, but she was also smart. She knew that if she kept the bracelet on, Jiang Chen would develop trust in her eventually. That was enough. If she were obedient, she would not be left behind. She quietly tightened her fists as she made a decision. She didn't have a lot to desire, but she wanted to continue to live. Of course, it would be better if she could be happy. Jiang Chen somewhat understood Yao Jiayu's intention. He smiled and didn't insist further. She thought too much. Even if Jiang Chen took off the bracelet, he would not change the way he looked at her. Jiang Chen always subconsciously used the modern way of thinking to treat Sun Jiao and Yao Yao. Likewise, the two of them also always judged Jiang Chen from their perspective. From his point of view, Yao Yao was just an immature girl. Even if she was a computer genius, she still did not pose a threat. Yao Jiayu used the survivor's way of thinking to guess Jiang Chen's thought process. Sun Jiao has a slight idea of Jiang Chen's homeland, but she still couldn't jump out of the traditional way of thinking. Maybe they both saw his difference compared to other people, a set of value that could only be described as a naive sympathy. However, neither couldn't guess what he was really thinking. Why? It was because he was not afraid. He could leave the dangerous wasteland at any time and return to his peaceful world. With that, would anyone be afraid of the cruelty in this world? This kind of thinking may cause him to lose his alertness, but it was not something that changed in the matter of a few days. He's only been here for a week and has seen a glimpse of the post-apocalyptic world. Sun Jiao brought Yao Jiayu into the bathroom. Although he was slightly disappointed to miss the opportunity to shower with Sun Jiao, it was a great opportunity for the two girls to bond. It would be unpleasant if animosity grew between Sun Jiao and Yao Yao, since Sun Jiao did tease her a bit. That's why Sun Jiao volunteered to help her shower. However, Yao Yao still stared at him with her watery eyes, pleading before going in. Beside the bathtub, Yao Yao, yes. Startled like a terrified rabbit, she immediately straightened her back. Don't be so tense. Sun Jiao smiled as she picked up Yao Jiayu. She gently rubbed her back. Can I call you Yao Yao in the future? Yes, yes, she replied in a frightened voice. Don't be afraid. I am very nice to my people. She lightly touched the bruise on her face, and said with a gentle voice, does it still hurt? A little bit. I'll put some medicine on it after the shower. To be honest, your skin is quite soft after you shower. Sun Jiao was a bit jealous as she massaged Yao Yao's neck. Yao Jiayu was like a rabbit caught by a tiger, as she timidly squeezed her body. Yes, it's the third type of hibernation chamber. It can improve body functionality, Yao Yao replied softly. Hibernation chamber. That's quite an expensive piece of equipment. So, you are older than me, Sun Jiao smirked. No, number. I entered the chamber when I was 12. Although I spent 20 years in there, because of the inhibitor I took, my body only aged by about 2 years. Add the 2 years I spent at 6th Street, my body's age is only 16, and my mental age is 14. I don't know that much. 12 plus 20, that's 30 right? Sun Jiao's old tendency came back. She enjoyed teasing what she thought was cute. No, I am not that old, Yao Yao quietly rejected. So, you're at the age where you can be eaten. Eaten, Yao Yao's face suddenly turned pale. She had heard about freaks that lived on the wasteland who enjoyed human meat. What are you even thinking? This kind of being eaten. Sun Jiao's hand lightly caressed over Yao Yao's small chest. Yao Yao blushed again and buried her face. I will be very obedient. If the master wants to eat me, I will not resist. I won't let that happen, Sun Jiao jokingly interrupted Yao Yao. Yao Yao was confused. I will eat everything clean. She proudly raised her chest. It was fun teasing this little loli. She felt the firm and soft chest push against her back and Yao Yao forced a smile as there was nothing she could do. No one wanted to fight you for it anyways, she said in her head. But even she didn't realize that she was slightly disappointed. I need the water. Ha! Joy filled the bathroom. They were happy spending time together. It's great that they could get along nicely. Jiang Chen heard the noise from the washroom and a smile appeared on his face. He used a can opener to put the dishes onto the plates and placed them in the microwave. Dishes of delicious meals were prepared and the rice was also ready. Once done, Jiang Chen arranged everything on the table. Jiang Chen was impressed by his work of art. Who could say I am not a great man, although it was all canned food. Whoa, it's very fancy today. Still covered in a towel, Sun Jiao immediately sat down without any regard to delicacy. Come on, put your clothes on before eating. Sun Jiao did not feel embarrassed at all. She even raised her almost exposed chest out at Jiang Chen and uncrossed her legs to expose more of the steamy view, as if she was saying I am not listening to you. He felt teased by the scene, but since Yao Yao was beside him, Jiang Chen was a bit shy to just kiss Sun Jiao on the spot. He forced down a sip of cold beer and cooled down. Sun Jiao was pleased by the way Jiang Chen looked, and she happily chugged a cooled can of Coke. Of course, this guy likes girls with big chests. If Jiang Chen knew what Sun Jiao was thinking, he would spit out the beer. Yao Yao, why are you not eating? He ignored Sun Jiao's lack of elegance as he turned his attention to the motionless Yao Yao. She stared at the table full of food as she swallowed a little. She was completely stunned. Pork, chicken, and cabbage. It must be a dream. She foolishly raised her hand and lightly bit on it. Ouch, that hurt. OMG, the food tastes so good. Finish your food before opening your mouth. Yao Yao, if you don't eat now, she is going to finish everything. Jiang Chen waved at Yao Yao and interrupted her daze. Me, I can. She continued to swallow, her eyes wide open. With a look of disbelief, she said, it's also for me. Of course, we always eat together. Okay, slow down, no one is competing with you. Are you not embarrassed? There was no delicacy as to how Sun Jiao ate. Why do you care? Sun Jiao mumbled with her mouth full. This girl, even when she looked mature, why does she act like a kid sometimes? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao as he also picked up his chopsticks. Yao Yao carefully sat down, but she didn't move at all. Are you not hungry? No. She lowered her head, and tears began to fill her eyes. Why are you so nice to me? I am just a slave after all. Slave? Jiang Chen never thought about it that way. Compared to a slave master, he enjoyed the position of a boss more. Forced obedience was never as good as true respect. Don't cry, haha, it's bad for your stomach if you cry while you eat. Try this. This is my sautéed pork. Although it was canned food, Jiang Chen was still proud. Okay. Tears emerged at an even faster pace, which made Jiang Chen even more confused as to what he should do. This fancy dinner reminded Yao Yao of the happy family she had before. At that moment, she almost felt time like she was hallucinating. At that moment, everything was happening before the war. The man in front of her was her brother, and the woman was her sister. The rare moment of joy surrounded the table, and her eyes teared up. By chance, at that moment, Jiang Chen also felt an illusion. An illusion known as home. To be honest, Jiang Chen has not been home for a while. In the past, it was because he didn't feel like he accomplished anything. Thus, he felt embarrassed and guilty seeing his parents. Now, he has finally achieved something. The gold in the mansion was worth at least $1 million. It was still not enough to buy an apartment in Wanghai City, but it was sufficient to support his parents. Also, inside the vault of the bank, there was a fortune worth billions. What are you thinking about? Sun Jiao waved her hands in front of Jiang Chen. Also, I have a girlfriend. Jiang Chen smiled at Sun Jiao as he grabbed onto her hand, and carefully looked at the flawless hand. I was just thinking if I should put a ring on you. Sun Jiao's face immediately blushed as she fleeted away, not knowing what to do. Although she was bold most of the time, there were occasions where she showed her shy side. Jiang Chen laughed as he recollected his thoughts. The dishes were all cleaned and organized. This was the first time he realized that Sun Jiao knew how to clean up. The thought made him quite happy. Of course, Yao Yao also helped out. Jiang Chen guessed that it must be Yao Yao that cleaned the dishes first and Sun Jiao followed, as she didn't want to feel too guilty about it. This must be the feeling of being the man in the house. The planning session began after dinner. Sun Jiao insisted on the meeting being held on the bed. Jiang Chen mocked her in his head as she grew lazier by the day. Although slightly uncomfortable, Yao Yao lied on the bed as well. She wore Jiang Chen's shirt and jeans that he prepared for himself. He thought he would just pick out a few outfits for her once he was back in the modern world. The faint scent of Jiang Chen on the clothes made Yao Yao blush throughout the meeting. This was the first time she experienced such a weird sensation which made her quite dizzy. First, how to enter the vault. Let me briefly explain for our little girl. Sun Jiao took out the full sensory computer pen and displayed the three-dimensional image. We enter the safety tunnel through the underground garage. We then avoid the zombie-filled grand hall and got into the basement which will lead us to the vault's front door. I took this route before so it should be relatively safe. The key is going to be on the main door of the garage, which has a password lock on it. Do you think you can open it? Sun Jiao looked at Yao Yao as she finished her sentence. If it is the security system before the war, I am pretty confident I can open it. However, I need 2 days to prepare. Some of the software must be installed beforehand. She stared at the prism and said with caution. Okay, Sun Jiao replied with a snap. Let's go buy you a computer tomorrow. I also want to buy one for fun. As for the preparation, let's do that in the mansion. Jiang Chen always wanted a futuristic computer. He heard those things were dirt cheap at 6th Street, about the same price as EP. Mansion. Yao Yao turned her head around. That's our base, and also your future home. Sun Jiao smiled at Yao Yao as she explained. Home. No matter how many times she heard those words, Yao Yao always felt a warmth surrounding her. So the next question, Sun Jiao's expression turned serious, is about Weijiang mercenaries. Oh, did they make a move? Eyebrows raised, Jiang Chen asked. Yao Yao's face spelled confusion as she didn't have a clue. Sun Jiao patted her head as she saw Yao Yao's confused face. She then began to explain how the story started. So, these guys are eyeing Master's fortune. Don't call me Master, you can call me Big Brother. Master was a word which made Jiang Chen feel weird, especially coming from a young girl. Okay, brother. Jiang Chen tried to hide his face full of joy but directly met Sun Jiao's questioning smile. He was sure that if he did anything inappropriate, he should be worried about his future sex life. He shivered as he immediately dragged the conversation back on track. So the result of your observation is? Weijiang mercenaries, supports and backups are here. They are patrolling the area 5 kilometers away from 6th Street. They have 17 gunmen and 1 motorized machine gun. That is excluding the fact that these are only part of their power. Sun Jiao also regained her professionalism. According to your plan, all the pieces are set in place, and we just need to wait and enjoy the game. Jiang Chen nodded as he fell flat on the bed. Is there anything else we need to talk about? If not, we should sleep early. Well, here's the problem. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with a mischievous look. Where are you going to sleep? There's only one bedroom, she reminded him. Of course I am sleeping with you. Jiang Chen had the audacity to answer as he hugged her. I'll go to the living room. Yao Yao tried to flee from the bed with a blushed face. Sun Jiao grabbed onto the escaping Yao Yao as she whispered into her ear. You are sleeping beside your big sister today because a naughty boy is trying to eat your sister today. FCK, it's still debatable who is eating who. Jiang Chen sighed. They ended up sleeping together that night in a peaceful way, but it just ended up being a terrible night. The next morning, Jiang Chen rubbed his still sleepy eyes and sat up. He looked at the completely spread out Sun Jiao and compared her with the curled up Yao Yao. A smile emerged on his face. Time to make breakfast. Although it was in the apocalyptic world, it was still important to maintain the proper daily routine. Eating breakfast was one of the few habits that Jiang Chen managed to keep. He placed a slice of bread into the microwave and observed the sky outside the window. The dawn had not yet broken through the dark sky, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. He thought about the battle with the most vicious enemies on the wasteland. The idea made him uneasy. Although he prepared for the battle for a long time, anything could happen. The enemy must have prepared for as well. Wei Lei disappeared, which would ring a warning bell to Zhou Guoping. The motorized machine gun was ready for this occasion. Unless he spent the rest of his life on 6th Street, the day would come when he has to face the mercenaries. Is there anything I can help with? A faint voice mumbled. He turned around with a smile. Are you not going to sleep a bit more? She was loosely covered with Jiang Chen's oversized clothing. Yao Yao shook her head with eyes still half closed. No, if Yao Yao is too lazy, Yao Yao will be abandoned. I already told you, I am not going to abandon you. What do you think about every day? Jiang Chen tousled her messy hair. Maybe she was still sleepy, but when her head was rubbed at a drowsy state, Yao Yao unconsciously let out a few cute snores. Due to the advanced medicine, the bruise on her face was already very faint. The scars on her hands were also not as visible. Due to malnourishment, she looked rather thin and weak, but Jiang Chen believed that she only needed time to get better. Oh, thank you. Answering while still half asleep, Jiang Chen dragged Yao Yao into the bathroom. Since you are already awake, wash your face and remember to brush your teeth. After a couple of words and reminders, he handed Yao Yao her toothbrush, closed the door, and returned to the kitchen. With a toothbrush in hand, Yao Yao stood in front of the sink still drowsy. Because of anemia, she always felt drowsy in the morning. Even then, her heart was furiously beating. What is happening? She stood there and stared blankly into space with her hands crossed in front. Gulp. Although drowsy, she smiled blankly. The remaining warmth on the toothbrush felt soothing. After breakfast, the group left the Tulip Hotel and headed straight to the market. There were electronic stores there that sold full-sensory computer pen that cost a fortune before the war but now only sold for pennies. The store owner also gifted a lot of electronic components for free after Jiang Chen purchased 2 pens at once. He wasn't too interested in these small parts, but Yao Yao packed everything like she just hit the jackpot. 100 terabytes storage, super high power processor, and low power consumption. The store owner pitched the product, and Jiang Chen was dazzled by the features. However, he was buying the computer pen for Yao Yao, and he only wanted to see how cool this thing was. Jiang Chen also spent 2 crystal energies to purchase an EP for Yao Yao. The EP was extremely effective in protecting against radiation. It was also very useful for understanding the body's condition. After accepting so many gifts, Yao Yao was timid. With a reddened face, she kept her head down. After everything has been completed, they began their journey home. When their boots first crossed the iron gate, Jiang Chen immediately felt something was odd. Could they be spotted already? Or was it the gene vaccine that made his sense much more sensitive? Remember the details of the plan. Sun Jiao carried the laser rifle in front and whispered the reminder to Jiang Chen. Got it. He shrugged. At the same time, he took a deep breath and pretended to be relaxed. Remember, this is my idea after all. Yao Yao nervously touched Jiang Chen's hand. She was extremely sensitive about Jiang Chen's restlessness. However, other than calming Jiang Chen down, she was not too useful. Her goal was simply not to become a burden. After all, her body strength was the weakest. They slowly turned the street and walked towards Weijiang mercenaries' flank spot. Jiang Chen's heart began beating rapidly. All of a sudden, Sun Jiao stopped. This doesn't feel right. Jiang Chen was fully alert as he took out the PK-200 assault rifle from behind him. Yao Yao tightly hugged Jiang Chen's back. Although she displayed a calmness unfitting for her age, her slim body shivered. Sun Jiao took a deep breath before suddenly opening the wires by her wrist. Bang! Smoke erupted and quickly submerged the street. This way, follow me. Sun Jiao signaled the other two and rushed to the building on the side. Damn it, the prey is gone, a guy with a mohawk and piercing swore as he slammed into the concrete wall. The machine gun began to rotate. He didn't know how those three sensed the danger, but he knew that if he screwed this one up, his boss might make him regret it. That way, Team 2 follow them. Roger, this is Team 2. Machine gun division is mobilizing. Quick. Although they were bandits, the poorly equipped group of mercenaries responded with decisiveness. They surrounded the direction where Jiang Chen fled. The wolf pack style made them quite the enemy. Still not here. Jiang Chen looked at the struggling Yao Yao who was trying to keep up. Almost. Sun Jiao responded impatiently. Then she controlled her speed so that the two behind her would not get lost. Gene vaccine was something magical. In the past few days, Jiang Chen felt that his body condition significantly improved. If only these could be used on teens, it would be good on Yao Yao. He did not feel tired at all. Jiang Chen looked at Yao Yao as she struggled to keep up. Her face was an ashen white as she also had anemia. Jiang Chen immediately picked up Yao Yao as she was close to exhaustion, and before Yao Yao could let out a scream, he dashed to Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen without saying much. She continued to sprint forward, with her rifle in hand. Yao Yao blankly stared at Jiang Chen's chin. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and fell onto her arm. She quietly held onto his sweat-soaked clothes as she leaned her head on his shoulder. She didn't say anything, like put her down, because she knew this was the best option. Although it was a bit overzealous of her, she never hoped to survive as long as today. She wanted to thank him. No, everything I own is already his. Yao Yao watched Jiang Chen's relentless face with warmth in her heart. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was normal to die because someone couldn't keep up. But Jiang Chen would not let this be his normal. He dashed across a half-collapsed ruins, immediately following Sun Jiao. Yao Yao, in his arms, was not too heavy as she only weighed about 40 kilograms. What made it difficult was the cracked concrete and the occasional zombie. The zombies in this area were scattered, but with enough noise, a horde of zombies may appear. Since the enemy had vehicles, Sun Jiao must choose complicated and dense roads to travel on. Hurry, it's the building in front. Get in there, Sun Jiao signaled as she still had the energy to talk. Jiang Chen was struggling to keep his breath stable. After placing Yao Yao on the ground carefully, Jiang Chen immediately leaned against the concrete pole. He pushed himself against the rifle and gathered his breath. Feeling apologetic, Yao Yao kneeled beside Jiang Chen and carefully wiped the sweat off of his face. Guangli Building's logo hung loosely on the roof. The darkened windows made the building look rather intimidating. From the unpainted wall, it was easy to tell that this place was abandoned before completion. Therefore, there were no zombies nor mutant creatures here. The crack-filled wall made the structure look unstable, but for this very reason, Jiang Chen chose this to be the battlefield. Since they wanted the money, then there was no way they would destroy this building and bury the three of them alive. The reason why they chose here was to first, take down the initial wave of enemy, which would slow their advances. Then, when the latter enemies arrive, it would be easier to annihilate them all. Sun Jiao skillfully leaned against the window with the SK-10 rifle hidden below. She zoomed into the scope with complete concentration, and with her finger on the trigger, she waited for the enemy to appear. We are fighting here. Can you still fight? No problem. Jiang Chen adjusted his breath and stood up. He clumsily fell beside the window, pulled out his assault rifle and opened the safety. He didn't know what the guys he sent to flank did, but it certainly made the prey immediately aware of them, and they escaped right away. All of a sudden, he had no clue what he should do. Although he decisively ordered the soldiers to follow, the effort was futile. The two of them probably had injected gene vaccines, and a glimpse to greed flashed over Lu Renjia's face. Gene vaccine, that's something even his boss couldn't afford. Not only did this guy purchase one for himself, but he also bought one for his girl. Why would it even be useful to a woman? To make the sex more fun. He thought about it as he licked his cracked lips, a malicious smile appeared on his face. More fun or not, he could try it out himself after he captures them both. Then after he was done, he could let his boys have a taste as well to see if gene vaccine made a difference. He thought about Sun Jiao's gorgeous body as he began to feel heated and irrational. Hot girls were never scarce on the wasteland. The advancement of genetic engineering made genetic cosmetic technology a reality years before the war. The innovation came from the part that it permanently changed the way people looked, as an ability to pass on genes. Although there were some ethical dilemmas around the topic, everyone wanted to be pretty. The technology significantly increased the standard of the population's beauty. In the late 22 centuries of the apocalyptic world, except for the malnourished, there were plenty of hot girls around. As the raid leader, Lu Renjie kept two as sex toys. Yes, they were considered as only sex toys. In the lawless apocalyptic world, with the necessary protection, beautiful girls were travesties and not gifts. If Lu Renjie accidentally died in any of the quests, the two girls would just be the reward for the boss's people. Although the tradition was irrational and obscure, it was unbelievably popular among the mercenaries. Because of this reward system, the ordinary mercenary was often exploded with fervor. But Lu Renjie was a cautious person. It was a steep climb to be promoted to his position. He feared death, hence in every mission he took extreme care. Even if the two prey were rather harmless, with an even more harmless burden, he chose to stay in the most defensive middle position. He let the most foolish ones run around the middle. As people surrounded him on either side, it formed a protective triangle. It was because of this carefulness he lived slightly longer. Boom! A ray of laser penetrated the head of the guy running in the front and left a daunting blood hole on his forehead. Fight, flight, spread out. A little shocked, Lu Renjie didn't expect the two prey would fight back. Although caught off guard, he decisively hid behind the half-fallen concrete wall and commanded the team. Ta-ta-ta! Waves of ammo flew across the battlefield, weaving into a storm of bullets. Concrete debris filled the immediate vicinity. Jiang Chen somehow managed to handle the group of 5 mercenaries. Fight, they are so FC King rich. Lu Renjie groaned as he pressed himself against the thick concrete wall. With a finger on the trigger, he prepared to fight back. Dumb SS, aim before you shoot. Jiang Chen forced a smile as he heard Sun Jiao's criticism. He changed the assault rifle to semi-automatic mode. Jiang Chen played quite a bit of shooting games before, but this was his first time shooting a real gun. Jiang Chen was so tense that he just instinctively pressed the trigger till bullets ran out. Other than scaring the enemy, it only shattered a bunch of concrete. Yao Yao peeked outside with a frightened look. The occasional bullets scathing by her head made her cover herself as she trembled in the gunfire. With absolute trust in her fixation on her status as a slave, she didn't ask the question she had. Was there any point defending this position? Jiang Chen continued to breathe deeply, as he tried to aim with the scope. Although it didn't manage to hit anything, it did suppress the advancement of the opposition. Sun Jiao calmly pulled the trigger of the gun as beams penetrated the sky. Counting the first one, she already took away 3 lives. Because of this, the number of enemies decreased by half, and hence the firepower weakened. The aggressive advancement tactic changed to a suppressive one where they only fired a gunshot or 2 once in a while. Hidden behind the wall, Lu Renjie held onto his wounded arm. He angrily spat onto the ground. Clearly, the woman on the other side had much better aim, but it was too late to realize his mistake. The terrifying wound was his lesson. Fortunately, laser rifle wounds do not get infected. He took out a bandage and quickly treated the wound. The consecutive loss of men made him get rid of the idea of taking the trophy for himself. He decided to stay put before reinforcement arrived. Fuck, after I catch you, I will make you call me daddy. Lu Renjie stared at the direction of the woman with a gloomy cast over his face. Damn it, it's game on right away. Jiang Chen looked over his shoulder, at the collar that was in pieces. With the sudden realization, he started to sweat profusely. If the bullet had been shot 2 inches more to the left, there would be no more of him. If he died from a bunch of mercenaries, that would be such an embarrassing story. Just back off, leave the rest to me. A glimpse of anxiety flashed on Sun Jiao's face. Although she kept her cool in the battle, when she saw Jiang Chen's worrisome look, she couldn't keep a straight face. No, it's going to happen eventually. Jiang Chen shook his head as he reassumed his shooting position. A girl can't protect him for the rest of his life. Although the safety of Jiang Chen was the responsibility of Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay behind the affray all the time. With surprise in her eyes, Sun Jiao didn't say too much. She must stay focused in the midst of battle. As long as she killed more people, he will be safer. Sun Jiao continued to trigger the rifle as the death ray blossomed in the fight. From afar, the engine roar disrupted the exchange of gunfire. The motorized machine gun finally arrived on the battle. Ta-ta-ta! The pouring bullets suppressed Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao without letting them shoot. Waves of uproars ensued. The flying debris caused minor annoyances as it flew directly across their face, but it was still better than the bullets. Jiang Chen eyed Sun Jiao, and they immediately headed into the building after he received an affirmative response. Yao Yao was so frightened by the sound of machine guns that she almost couldn't keep her tears from falling but somehow managed to fight back her fear. With courage, she lowered her back and moved toward Jiang Chen. Are you not curious as to why we are fighting them here? Jiang Chen smiled at Yao Yao as he patted her tiny head. Yao Yao responded with a no as her big eyes looked at Jiang Chen. I believe you. Jiang Chen laughed as he brought Yao Yao downstairs. It is, yes, an underground sewer system. The cunning Yao Yao suddenly understood the reason why Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao fought here in the first place. It was not because they wanted to escape, but they wanted to hit the jackpot and get rid of the mercenaries altogether. Jiang Chen discovered the sewerage system through the full sensory map. In the middle of this building that was still under construction, it had an entrance to the underground sewerage system. Sun Jiao cleared the entrance after her last visit. They opened the exit as a strong pungent smell quickly filled the surrounding. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate as he jumped in directly. In this parallel world, the sewerage system in this city was much wider compared to Jiang Chen's world. As soon as they reached the bottom, Jiang Chen immediately turned on the flashlight and prepared for the sudden appearance of the starving mutant rats. The 8-person-wide passage left plenty of space to maneuver. The pungent smell spread from the central sewerage. The road of both sides was relatively clean with pieces of mold. The AI-controlled automatic sewerage system meant that the system was still running. Therefore, the sewage flow remained at a constant speed. This vital infrastructure was repaired immediately after the war. Although the project was abandoned, the infrastructure remained functional. There were plenty of AI-controlled infrastructure left in the wasteland. Be careful, jump down, and I'll catch you. After securing his perimeter, he waved to Yao Yao who was still on top. The pungent smell didn't even raise Yao Yao's eyebrows, she jumped down without any hesitation. Let's wait here for Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen was relieved that the danger was finally gone. Is Sun Jiao's sister okay? Yao Yao was quite worried. She will be fine, don't worry. Jiang Chen was very confident about Sun Jiao's ability. That was a girl who managed to tie me up in seconds. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't finish the sentence. Hey, hottie, where's your man? Did he leave you here for us? Ha ha ha, the laughter suddenly stopped as a blood-gushing hole appeared on the man's neck. She dodged the bullet as she mischievously sneered, and threw a flashbang into the affray. Bang, followed by a blinding light and deafening sound, everyone who aimed at Sun Jiao went down in pain. With this opportunity, Sun Jiao dashed into the building as well. She leapt for the sewerage system. Without hesitation, she jumped down and closed the exit on her way. To her surprise, she felt a firm chest surround her. Are you not worried that you will accidentally bang your head in this position? Jiang Chen sighed as he gave Sun Jiao's firm butt a slap. I am not, my honey. Sun Jiao seductively raised Jiang Chen's chin. She did not feel guilty at all as she crossed her legs across Jiang Chen. As the two of them flirted, the reddened Yao Yao kept her head down. I'll take care of you once we head back. Jiang Chen lightly bit her ear as he put her down. You can take care of them now, my boss. She rolled her eyes. She then passed the remote to Jiang Chen. He stared at the ceiling with a slight hesitation in his eyes. However, it was soon overtaken by an iciness. He instantly pressed the control. Fuck, where did they go? Lu Renjia roared at a soldier. She was too agile, the soldier that was grabbed by the collar said frightenedly. He stuttered as he couldn't keep his tongue straight. Fuck, Lu Renjia dropped the soldier on the ground. Get moving, search the area. The other big mustache leader had looked at the exit before Sun Jiao vanished with a deathly stare. Boss, there is something here. The big mustache immediately ran over. It's an exit to somewhere. It's locked from the other side. Just as he signaled for a soldier to grab a chainsaw from the car, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned into an ashen white. Do you think they caught the two prey? A guy with a mohawk leaned against the car as he chatted with the machine gunner. They must have caught them. Look, the gunshots even stopped. Believe it or not, that girl had some accurate shooting. She killed 6 of our guys and wounded 10 more. Since they are caught, and our boss is still not out, do you think they are? Hee hee. A wicked smile appeared on the Mohawk guy's face. As if he was thinking about the same thing, the machine gunner also laughed. That's a must. After the boss is done with her, maybe we will get to try as well. Man, I can't get over the way she looked, and her face full of embarrassment, and then boom, fire engulfed the sky. The explosion shattered car windows in an instant. Flaming rocks penetrated through the car and even hit the concrete road. The howls and screams were deafened by the blast of the falling concrete building. The unfinished building crumbled into pieces in the waves of explosions. What's going on? Hello. The Mohawk guy dug himself out of the debris with his body stained in blood. He searched for his friend, but he only managed to find an anguished head, not connected to the body. At the start of the explosion, the machine gunner on top of the car had his neck blown out by the concrete debris. Perhaps this was payback for all the sins he committed in his life. Translator. Shujin TT, _min_editor, Shujin EX, Lee _. It's quite dark in here, who knows what will pop up. With boots covered in stain, Jiang Chen looked around the sewerage system. It was his first time in here, and although the pungent smell made it uncomfortable, he got used to it. Scared? Sun Jiao jokingly asked. No way. Jiang Chen raised his PK-200 assault rifle. I wasn't even afraid of those guys up there. The beam of flashlight spotted a couple of half-human-sized rats but made them immediately flee into darkness. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying things were not zombies, nor mutants, but were humans. In the explosion, they were certain that all the mercenaries died. The 10-meter-tall building made it almost impossible to escape the concrete debris. Nobody expected that in this desolated-looking building, a trap like that was hidden. The primary support structure of the building was strapped with wireless explosives. With a touch of a button, the entire building would blow up in explosions. Initially, Jiang Chen was quite worried about the integrity of the sewage system after the blast, but it looked like he considered too much. Other than scaring the creatures in the vicinity, the sewerage was completely fine. It was evident that the government built the infrastructure with fortitude and integrity. He would probably be buried if this happened in the modern world. What do you think Weijiang mercenaries' leader would do if he heard that his entire raid team was completely gone? I would imagine that the second we appeared on 6th Street, he would come and haunt us. Sun Jiao brought Jiang Chen back into reality. Well, this is going to problematic. Jiang Chen didn't even think about this consequence. But it is okay, a lot of things can be purchased elsewhere anyways. Also, this is an opportunity to get rid of the Weijiang mercenaries as a whole. Sun Jiao naturally created a plan of massacre without even thinking. Jiang Chen was a firm believer of risk and reward. Even if Weijiang mercenaries was filled with completely filthy humans, he considered himself to be a merchant. So he didn't believe in the need to serve justice. Yao Yao trailed the two of them in silence. She looked around uneasily. What's wrong? Don't be afraid, Big Brother will protect you. Shamelessly, Jiang Chen patted his chest. Since he took care of the mercenaries, he was in a pleasant mood. Yao Yao's idolized look clearly foretold that she believed in his words. Okay, how many mercenaries did you kill? Sun Jiao pointed out his lie immediately. Haha, at least 1 or 2. Jiang Chen replied with an awkward smile as soon as he met Sun Jiao's look of disbelief. Wounded. Jiang Chen admits that his accuracy was questionable at best. After all, shooting in games was a lot different from shooting in real life. But with practice, it will only take time before he became a qualified soldier. Haha, Yao Yao grinned with a light laughter. But she soon realized that she probably shouldn't mock the master, and she carefully closed her mouth. The expression on her face was quite comical. In this relaxed atmosphere, the three of them headed towards home. How much longer? Should be pretty close now. There is an exit that can take us to the top. Sun Jiao checked the full sensory map. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed a ghastly danger. His heart started to pound profusely. Sun Jiao also felt something and stopped moving. Bang, bang. Gunshots were fired all of a suddenly. The bullets from the shadow aimed directly at them. Sun Jiao pushed Jiang Chen to the back with full force and knocked Yao Yao, who was behind him, over. But she had no more energy to dodge herself. She groaned as she covered her arm in pain. She slammed onto the ground and dropped the laser rifle. No, Jiang Chen felt his body overwhelmed with raging blood. He roared, and within half a second, he dragged Sun Jiao behind cover. Bullets shattered the ground and created a debris of rocks. An obscure howl resonated from not far away. In a closed environment, the echoing sound spread terrifyingly. However, Jiang Chen couldn't hear anything. He watched Sun Jiao's closed eyelids. A painful tremble spread from his head to his toe and incapacitated his entire body. The time they spent together suddenly all flashed in front of his eyes. The brave girl, the gorgeous girl, and the girl that loves me. She pushed me away, but he stared emptily at the blood stain. In a matter of a second, Sun Jiao went from being incredibly lively to being on the verge of death. Jiang Chen's heart was being chopped into pieces as the pain consumed him. Flames engulfed his eyes. Do you know how to bandage? Yes. Yao Yao was also frightened by the blood pouring out of Sun Jiao's body. This was also the first time she saw a terrifying look on an always smiling face. I don't know how. Please take care of Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen shoved the medical kit into Yao Yao's hands as he took out the assault rifle. Bang bang bang. The gunfire unveiled the ugly but happy faces in the shadow. They looked like indigenous people that lived in the sewerage system. So they were used to the seeing in the dark. Any trespasser would become food for them. Rats, or humans. Haha, you fuckers. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar as he stepped out of the cover. Bullets flew inches beside his face, but he didn't sense any fear. As if fear was completely removed from his body, and only vigilance remained. He searched for the flashing flares as he opened fire. It was a remarkable feeling. Every cell within Jiang Chen was screaming, but it didn't make Jiang Chen lose his mind. He was as calm and collected as he has ever been, with his only objective being to kill. But what he didn't realize was that the EP on his arm flashed a faint yellow light. He busted an empty clip and snapped on a new one. With force, he continued to fire into the darkness. Slowly, his vision began to glare. It felt as if everything he saw was submerged in water. The odd disturbance only made Jiang Chen more furious, but his anger only made the disturbance worse. He tried to recollect his vision and focus on the target. However, his vision completely changed. Flashing red dots jumped in his line of sight. It was as if small hearts pounded in the darkness. Or they were hearts beating after all. With a furious roar, Jiang Chen fired towards those red dots. The unknown moans and screams made Jiang Chen more zealous. He left the cover and moved to the red dots. The blinding flashlight was obviously a nightmare for the indigenous who were used to the darkness. Flashing white lights filled their field of vision. They couldn't see anything as they shot blindly into space. Those bullets had no effects on Jiang Chen. However, PK-200's strong penetration power made the thin cover futile. Even if they hid behind cover, they couldn't protect the pumping heart. Heart exploded one by one as silence ensued. Countless bullets penetrated the bodies of the indigenous people. He wanted to destroy every single one of those red dots. Slowly, the gunfire from the other side stopped. Jiang Chen's vigilance and cruelty made the indigenous taste their fear. This man was a devil. A mentally shattered man dropped his old assault rifle and dashed out of his cover. At the frightened looks of his friends, a bullet penetrated his heart, and the wound bloomed like a bloody flower. The indigenous people were completely terrified. They fled the battle running for their lives. However, Jiang Chen kept shooting. UFCKERS. Stand still. Today is the end for all of you. With a mental laugh, Jiang Chen continued to roar in the sewerage. Suddenly, he saw a heart still beating with the glimpse of an eye. A dark-skinned boy looked at the vicious Jiang Chen with fearful eyes. The pistol in his hand was unable to shoot because of the jammed bullets. Ta-ta-ta. The assault rifle breathed the deathly flame as it completely shattered the beating heart that irritated him. Who's next? A corrupted door blocked Jiang Chen's path of advancement. Jiang Chen kicked open the door. An offensive odor whiffed directly at him. Livers, arms, blood and bones scattered across the room. In the middle of the cave was a giant pot, and a limbless person barely alive. Even in his furious state, Jiang Chen almost threw up in disgust. But immediately, he started shooting the trembling females and the limbless person. The sharp scream of the creatures immediately echoed inside the cave. The limbless person left a relieved smile as the bullet penetrated his heart. The gunfire flared at Jiang Chen's twisted face. He was angry, but he didn't know why he was angry. He couldn't even remember his name. He only wanted to kill, and only knew how to kill. Only death could extinguish the flashing red dots in front of him. Kong! The bullet jammed. Jiang Chen brutally slapped the side of the gun. But he didn't notice that there was still someone alive buried among the bodies. Vigilante flashed out of his eyes. Ah! A blood-stained person held an obscure noise and pushed Jiang Chen onto the ground. Under the scattered hair was a pair of tiny eyes. He sat on top of Jiang Chen. With full force, he pushed the dagger directly onto Jiang Chen's throat. The dagger had previously dissected a countless number of survivors. Ha ha ha, you bastard! Go die! Jiang Chen roared with a hysteric laugh as he guarded the arm with the dagger. Despite how hard the person tried, the dagger could not move a single inch. That disgusting color, roared. Jiang Chen was so frivolous that he wanted to rip the person's heart into pieces, by hand. But all of a sudden, a wave of tiredness overwhelmed his body's muscles. He was completely powerless. The persons looked surprised. With a couple of weird sounds, he pushed the dagger down and almost penetrated Jiang Chen's throat. Bang! Blood. The person was stunned as he looked at the massive hole in his stomach. He raised his head slowly. It was a crying face, filled with agony and fear. It was so ugly, he wanted to rip it apart. But he was too slow. Bang! Another bullet penetrated his head. Yao Yao was crying as the gun slid through her hand. She picked up the gun from the boy as she knew how to fix jammed weapons. After she finished treating Sun Jiao, the first word from Sun Jiao, after she coughed up blood, was telling her to follow Jiang Chen. She said he was in a dangerous state. She saw the plea in Sun Jiao's eyes. Yao Yao also was worried about Jiang Chen. Despite terrified, it took something magical she didn't know to overcome the fear. She followed Jiang Chen's trail. When she saw Jiang Chen fall, her heart almost stopped pumping. She picked up the gun and fixed it. With her fear suppressed, she pulled the trigger. This was her first time she killed a person. Although the thing she killed could not be described as a person, it was a human-shaped monster. Faintly, Jiang Chen felt something warm and soft surrounding his head and hugging him tightly. He also heard a girl's crying voice. Droplets of water fell beside his cracked lips. It was salty. It didn't taste like blood. Jiang Chen didn't want to remember what happened that day in the sewerage system. He only remembered that he threw up, consistently. Yao Yao comforted him and helped him change into clean clothes. She felt terrible inside too, but since she survived in the apocalypse for a long time, death was not an unfamiliar sight. In the end, Jiang Chen shot the natural gas canister in the room. He watched the fire cleanse the filth in the room without saying a word. He held onto the quivering Yao Yao and stepped over a countless number of bodies. He left this terrifying place. Sun Jiao's wound scabbed already. After Jiang Chen came back, she could even walk by herself. 3 bullets hit her in the stomach, and 1 in the shoulder. After he had heard Sun Jiao taking out the bullets by herself, he was only a little surprised. This brave girl always surprised him. After they had returned to the mansion, he got drunk. He finished all the beers he brought. Because of Sun Jiao's injury, she slept early and Yao Yao took care of him for the night. She was incredibly understanding. She also felt the agony and pain. The scene almost shattered any courage she had built up, but she knew that Jiang Chen needed to be taken care of right now. This compassionate man was almost like someone who had just left a survival base. She remembered the first time she saw a pile of dead bodies, and she almost immediately fainted. However, as soon as she realized that even in survival camp, death was only a routine, she became desensitized. Compassion was rare in this world, so wasting it would be considered a sin. In the apocalypse, it was foolish, but incredible at the same time. She heard about the cannibals. They hid within the shadows, under the filthy sewages. They worshipped a distorted religion which prided the act of feasting on the bodies of the same race. Every single one of them was the enemy of any human force. Even the anti-human neo-human group was disgusted by them. Praised for their freedom, 6th Street outlawed any cannibals from approaching the area. She placed a warm towel on Jiang Chen's forehead. Yao Yao looked at Jiang Chen's face full of sorrow and then she silently left the room. Did he fall asleep? Yao Yao paused slightly. Sun Jiao was awake. She had a perplexed look on her face. Weren't you asleep as well? Yes, but I can't fall asleep. Never mind, I'll talk to him tomorrow. Sun Jiao turned around. How are you feeling? Yao Yao looked at the bandage around Sun Jiao's waist. That question almost took all of her courage. It's not a big deal. I am quite confident about my healing ability. Sun Jiao forced a smile as she answered weakly. By the way. Yao Yao stopped, just as she was about to turn around. Yao Yao was puzzled. Thanks. In the dim light Yao Yao couldn't make out Sun Jiao's facial expression, and Sun Jiao went into her room right after. Yao Yao grinned. Although she was not used to dealing with the bold female master, she was a nice person after all. The next morning, Jiang Chen sat on the soft bed as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. The sunshine cast through the window was bright. The radiation cloud finally scattered. The temperature was about to go up. It was the midst of summer in the modern world. The door slowly opened. Yao Yao's tiny body squeezed into the room. Let me help you wash your face, Yao Yao said gently as she placed a bowl of water onto the head dresser. He looked at the cute face. A delighted smile melted from his sore face and he touched Yao Yao's forehead. Don't worry, I can do it. What time is it? It's 9. Let me do it. She wetted the towel and gently rubbed Jiang Chen's face. It felt nice, so Jiang Chen didn't resist. Does it feel better now? Much better. Yao Yao is very caring. His muscles still felt sore, but he was capable of moving around. Maybe because she received a compliment, but a delighted smile appeared on her face. Are you feeling better? Sun Zhao also came into the room after she heard some noises. She stared at Jiang Chen worriedly from the door. I am okay, but are your injuries okay? I am fine, I need to explain something to you. Her face suddenly turned serious, which made Jiang Chen tense up as well. Although Sun Zhao loved to joke around, she always treated things seriously when it was necessary. Just as the mood was about to tense up, Sun Zhao all of a sudden laughed. From Jiang Chen's shocked look, she turned around. Let's eat breakfast first. The breakfast was very delicious, to the apocalypse standard. There were toast and ketchup. For some reason, ketchup made Jiang Chen's stomach feel quite upset. Sun Zhao looked at Jiang Chen, who held onto his stomach nervously. She sighed before taking away the ketchup. Sun Zhao has a passion for food, but all of a sudden she had no appetite. It was not because of the cannibals. This was the first time she saw something so gruesome. She was worried about Jiang Chen as it was his first time witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse. That was only the tip of the iceberg. I need to go out. I'll probably be back in a month's time. There's not a lot of food left in storage. If he stayed here any longer, he would break down mentally. He made up an excuse because the idea of interdimensional travel was too complicated to explain. Okay, come back as early as you can. Sun Zhao wanted to say something, but only those words left her mouth. Let's eat. Jiang Chen gave her a weak smile. He knew that he looked terrible, but he couldn't be brave at this moment. He was fatigued physically and mentally. Sun Zhao carefully chewed on the toast and explained to Jiang Chen what happened to his body yesterday. Gene vaccine, theoretically, only slightly improved the human regenerative cell function, which would improve the human muscle strength, bone strength, reflex and survivor ability. Jiang Chen opened his EP and saw his improvements in the past 3 days. Asterisk. Username, Jiang Chen. Muscle strength, 24. Bone strength, 25. Reflex, 28. Brain cell strength, 14. Asterisk. All 3 basic abilities almost doubled. By modern world standards, Jiang Chen could be described as superhuman. Yesterday, because of your anger, you entered fury mode. She remembered Jiang Chen was furious because of her, which made her blush a little. Normally, gene vaccine will only improve the 3 basic functions. However, because it changed some DNA in the body, some unpredictability does exist. Someone even grew 2 heads. What? The thing you injected into me was something this dangerous? Jiang Chen dropped the toast onto the ground. Some probability, almost negligible. She didn't want to admit her mistake and chose to change the topic. But for some people, the mutations are beneficial, so they received useful abilities. For me, my ability is tenacious. Sun Zhao stood up and unzipped her clothes. Ahem, what are you doing? Surprised by her actions, Jiang Chen was slightly confused. However, when he saw the flawless waist, he was shocked. What happened to your scar? Only 3 faint white dots were left on the lightly tanned skin. This was the new skin she grew. In a couple of days, he wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Tenacious's ability is to increase cell regenerative speed for the non-fatal wound. After the usage of the ability, the body will be frail. Constant usage will also result in cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest. Your ability is the same. You have to remember you are exchanging your life for power. Therefore, you shouldn't use it as much. According to EP, it is called Fury, right? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. He checked the EP yesterday, and it showed, special ability, Fury. Clinically, anyone with this ability will be triggered by strong emotional stimulants. The body's cell will enter a rapid stage of regeneration. In macro terms, it's an increase in strength and reflex. The specifics are person-dependent. You can find information related to your usage on your EP. Jiang Chen was surprised by the EP's function. Under Sun Zhao's guidance, he found the document. Hidden gene ability, Fury, muscle strength plus 20, reflex plus 19, brain cell strength plus 17. Special effect, killer instinct, use any of the 5 human sense to identify the location of the opponent's heart. Maximum effective duration, 30 minutes. The Fury ability could increase brain cell strength. Make me smarter. Jiang Chen was quite bewildered. I caution you against using the ability too much. Sun Zhao noticed Jiang Chen's surprised expression, and she sighed. Why, did you forget the effect of the ability? He remembered he fainted that day and only regained consciousness after a long time. If it's in a safe environment, then it is okay. But in the midst of the battle, no one can predict the outcome. If you met someone you cannot take care of while using the ability, then there is only one ending for you. Sweat began to roll down Jiang Chen's forehead as Sun Zhao explained. If Yao Yao didn't get there in time, he would be a headless body by now. But you don't have to worry, these abilities are often controllable. You can use special medicine to active and terminate the ability. It will make your ability much more useful. With practice, you can even use your mental strength to control the ability. Like me, I don't need the assistance of medicine anymore. Sun Zhao passed on 2 plastic tubes to Jiang Chen. Put this inside your EP and match the corresponding color. If you need to active Fury, you just need to press a button. The EP will use the microneedle to inject the medicine into your body. However, my recommendation is still to not over-rely on this ability. Okay, Jiang Chen carefully nodded. After breakfast, he packed up his bag filled with gold. The 2 girls followed him into the living room to say goodbye. Although Jiang Chen reassured them that he would be back soon, Sun Zhao and Yao Yao insisted. He hugged Sun Zhao as she kissed him without a slight hesitation. The passionate and wetness of the kiss would not be dull even after a million times. The food is in the fridge. There is enough in there to last half a year. Remember to eat the fresh vegetable first, canned foods are not that healthy. Okay honey, can you say something romantic right now? Sun Zhao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, but her eyes were filled with longing. After Sun Zhao, Jiang Chen also hugged Yao Yao. Remember to take care of your body, I want to see a healthy Yao Yao after I come back. Yao Yao nodded her head. He felt her pointy chin on his shoulder before he placed her down. First, you have to come back, she asked him with a plea. Jiang Chen gave her a sincere smile to assure all of her concerns. Of course I will be back. Jiang Chen was about to leave, but he felt a weak resistive force from his waist. He looked at Yao Yao confusedly as she held onto him and just as he was about to ask her why. Her lips covered his. There was an elegant fragrance, it tasted like lavender. Yao Yao pecked him on the lips and ran away. He touched his lips still stunned by what happened, he then saw Sun Zhao's deadly stare. You can't blame me for this. Sun Zhao sighed as Jiang Chen tried to explain. She hugged him again and whispered, don't say anything, come back soon. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but he only left a simple response. She stared at his shadow with a perplexed look. The woman was a sensitive creature. She could guess that Jiang Chen was from a country before the war. Only in a structured society would gold have any value. From her knowledge, there was no place in this world where gold has any value left. Will he come back to this world? She didn't know. If it was before, she might choose to keep him here. It was typical for people in the apocalypse. But she didn't choose this option. She saw the fearlessness in his eyes since the beginning. Even if he was tied down with a gun pointed at his head, he was afraid, but he never feared. The companions were all lies, the organization was also a story he created. She didn't know what he hid. It was not a stupid fearlessness, but it was calculated risk. Sun Zhao had the feeling that at 6th Street if he wanted to leave, no one in this world could stop him. He would also do it with less effort than her. She even had the idea of hiding the gold to control Jiang Chen, but she restrained the idea to her head. She chose to trust him. He will not leave me here. He will be back. Sun Zhao believed him, although if she followed him, she would find out his secret. But she didn't do it. It was odd because this was the first she trusted the idea of a relationship in the apocalypse. Although Yao Yao didn't know Jiang Chen's secret, as witty as she was smart enough to see a slight hesitation in his eyes. She didn't know from where this hesitation came. Maybe it was because of the conflict with the Weijiang mercenaries, or maybe it was because of the mental image left behind at the cannibals' camp. She saw the hesitation in him. Maybe it was because of this uncertainty that made him postpone the vault idea and leave for a period. This choice made Yao Yao quite relieved. Though it was a gloomy feeling, she felt that if Jiang Chen got the gold from the vault, then he would not be back for a long time. If Jiang Chen disappeared, she would feel despair. She didn't want to feel that way. So in the last moment, she followed her heart, and she kissed Jiang Chen. For the same reason, Sun Jiao didn't stop her despite Sun Jiao's possessiveness. In the end, he needed some attachment in his heart. So, the more, the better. Then, he would come back. Jiang Chen almost cried as he took in a deep breath of the familiar smoggy scent. The clock on the wall pointed at 11 o'clock, the time in the apocalypse was synced with the modern world. When he left, it was also 11. He rubbed his temple and slowly took another deep breath. If he stayed there a second longer, he would go insane. He thought his mental fortitude was strong, but he apparently overestimated himself when faced with waves of machine gun bullets and body parts. He didn't quiver at that moment, but he was as traumatized as Yao Yao, if not more. The familiar noise outside of the window made him calm. Even if the noise bothered him before, it reminded him of the place called home. Thank God for world peace. Jiang Chen wanted to scream out these words, but he only stretched his arms and didn't let it out. The constraining force of the civilized society made him hold back. He didn't want to be considered as a lunatic. He felt the heavy metal behind his back. It made his heart pump a little faster. Gold. He is rich now. He placed the backpack onto a scale and saw the needle pointed at 7 kilograms. His heart pounded furiously. That's motherfucking $1 million. He didn't know the exact exchange rate, but it was around $200 to $300 per gram, which would add up to $1.4 million. He truly hit the jackpot. He didn't even make $3,000 per month back then. He only imagined this in his dreams, but now the gold was right in front of him. The contrast also made him ponder about his next step. Buy a car. He had plenty of money to do so. Buy an apartment. Pretty close. No, he wanted a mansion. Yes, the vault at the bank. But when he thought about it, his face immediately dimmed. He hesitated about the idea. He must go back to that place. The apocalyptic world where even the air made you feel suffocated by the cruelty. However, as he was contemplating, a graceful figure appeared in his head. I also believe you. Don't say anything, come back soon. Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen mumbled the name as he touched his lip subconsciously. Her warm kiss remained on his lip. Another timid character flashed into Jiang Chen's head. I will be very obedient. If you want to do anything, I will not resist. I don't mind having such a sympathetic master. Yao Yao is very grateful. I hope you don't abandon me. Yao Yao. Jiang Chen repeated the other familiar name. The fresh scent of the kiss, although unexpected, kissed straight to his heart. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen burst out in laughter and let go of all his troubled thoughts. What am I even thinking? I don't like little girls. He jumped off the bed. First, it's time to make lunch. Then, cash out on the gold. As to the car and house, he wants the fastest convertible and the fanciest mansion. At least it has to be better than his place in the apocalypse. The entire vault will all belong to me. As to this money, it's time to enjoy and relax a little. He walked into the familiar kitchen and picked up the already dusty knife. He made up his mind. First, he will spend every penny he has. Or else it would be difficult to gather the courage to go back. It would take some time to get used to it. Along with the gold, he also took the full sensory computer and pistol. Although he didn't want to bring the pistol back as it was outlawed in his society because he didn't want to make too much of a commotion, his goal was to be rich here. He brought the computer so that he could watch movies. The store owner promised him that all 100 terabytes were quality movies. He was excited to experience it like never before. He immediately opened it. The intricate computer projected a rectangular prism made out of arrays of light particles. The interface looked even more advanced than Sun Jiao's computer. The already excited Jiang Chen immediately opened the folder titled Less Than Movie Greater Than. He selected the first one from the list. But the picture that projected completely shocked him. Yes, go harder. The arousing sexual scene projected straight into the middle of the room. It was almost as if the action was happening in his room. He immediately closed the computer as the neighbors probably all heard the noise. He reopened the computer again, this time carefully scrolling through. He finally saw the names of the movie. Less than 16 times in the office straight. Greater than. Less than secret teaching of a female teacher greater than. What are these? These are all porn. Jiang Chen finally understood why the store owner made such a perverted face when he sold it to him. If it was before, he would probably have masturbated to it. But now, things were different. After the countless number of romances with Sun Zhao, he was no longer interested in the one-person activity anymore. He threw the computer on the ground and carried the hefty backpack. He was hesitant about carrying a pistol. Yao Yao gave him the pistol that saved his life. After a brief pause, he suddenly remembered the storage dimension he hadn't put everything in there. Except for the slow activation and power cost of the storage dimension, it was quite convenient. Jiang Chen also didn't lack energy crystal anymore. It only took 10 crystal energy to charge the power of the bracelet completely. He also didn't take off the EP. The design of the EP matched the aerodynamics of the human body. Therefore it looked completely hidden inside his sleeves. He locked the door of the gloomy apartments behind him. He paused for a second before stepping into the lively and vibrant metropolitan. The shadow of leaves scattered across the rocky road. It was June in Wanghai City. The symphony of chattering birds echoed through his ear. He stood in the middle of the crowded street and pondered before finally recollecting his thoughts. Everything was surreal. The chaotic apocalypse contrasted with the serenity of the modern world. Although he only stayed for a few days in the other world, everything there has been engraved into Jiang Chen's mind and memory. The cracked concrete was replaced by a rocky trail. The tree's scattered shadow replaced the reflection of a few branches sticking out of the tree. He held his head high again and took a deep breath. He tried to get the unhealthy feeling out of his skull. He needed a couple of days to relax. It wouldn't be long before he went insane. With the back of his eye, he saw a cicada between the tree branches. He didn't see cicadas in the apocalypse, but the cockroaches were as big as a shepherd. He shook his head to get the odd idea out of his head and waved down a taxi to go cash out his gold. The bank was not an option. There was no way to prove his ownership, so the bank would not accept it and probably call the cops. Respectable gold shops were a good option since they have the capability and would be relatively trouble-free. It would only take some discounting on the price to make the deal happen. After all, it didn't cost him anything to get it. He stepped in front of Gold Lion. He chose it purely because of the name. "Hello sir, are you picking out a ring for your significant other?" "We have." As soon as Jiang Chen stepped inside, the sales lady welcomed him warmly. Although Jiang Chen looked rather dull, maybe he was rich. Her years of sales experience signaled her that Jiang Chen was unique. "Do you guys exchange gold here?" Jiang Chen signaled the sales lady to stop talking and stated his intention. She paused and suddenly lost all her interest. She still replied respectably. "Yes we do, but we only accept gold with high purity. If you have any needs, sir, get your manager here. You can't decide this deal." Jiang Chen interrupted her. The sales lady could not make a decision on this amount of gold. She looked rather unhappy but remained professional. She didn't believe that a guy dressed so poorly with a backpack could talk about the deal here. She could almost foresee the look of despair after the guard threw him out of the store. After he had looked at the gold from Jiang Chen's backpack, Luan Shan gasped. He worked for Gold Lion for almost 20 years. He has seen plenty of people exchange gold, but this was the first time he saw someone do it with a backpack. 7 kilograms of gold. After the examiner had nodded, Luan Shan coughed and displayed the most pleasant smile he had. "It's 7,122 grams. The purity is flawless. Do you have proof of ownership for the gold, sir?" "No." Jiang Chen stared at Luan Shan's eyes and answered decisively. Luan Shan momentarily gave a though before he motioned the examiner to leave. Only 2 of them remained in the room. "Let me be honest with you. Mr. Yang's gold comes from somewhere unusual." Luan Shan's eyes flashed with intelligence before fading away. The gold's purity was identical to a bank's. However, gold from the bank usually has a receipt, but Jiang Chen's didn't. The origin of the gold was questionable. "Don't worry, there are no criminal records on these. The gold is my salary." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and answered without too much emotion. He didn't lie, it was his salary from the apocalypse. Luan Shan was also experienced in these matters. Jiang Chen's vibe made him feel quite uncertain. Gold as salary, could he be a mercenary? That's stretching it too far. Jiang Chen left Luan Shan guessing as he didn't explain further. He looked at Luan Shan and asked, "Boss, do you have any interest in this deal?" "Yes, of course, Mr. Jiang." Luan Shan smiled. But since you don't have any proof of ownership, it's quite difficult for us to. 7,122 grams of gold. I'll sell every gram for $220, which come out to be $1,566,840. I'll round it $1.5 million. The rest is your tip. The gold is currently trading at $270 per gram. There is no way you would lose in this deal, Jiang Chen suggested. Jiang Chen didn't believe someone like Luan Shan had no way of getting rid of the gold in the black market. Haha, Mr. Jiang, then I must kindly accept this offer. Luan Shan was shocked by the price he was offered. He would make 100,000 instantly if he took the deal. Would you prefer cash or transfer? Transfer. Jiang Chen gave out his account number. After he had received the confirmation, it was a successful deal. After Jiang Chen had left the VIP room, the sales lady looked hysterically as her boss personally sent the poor-looking man to the door. Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. If you have any more business for me in the future, please don't forget me. Luan Shan looked euphoric as he just made 100,000 in a couple of minutes. Jiang Chen was right, it was easy to get rid of the gold through other channels. The purity of gold was flawless without the need for further purification. Luan Shan was only required to document the gold before it could be sold on the exchange. Also, apart from the gold itself, Luan Shan was investing in a long-term relationship. He was respectable to Jiang Chen because of the very reason. At least on the surface. Jiang Chen accepted the card without saying much. He took a taxi and left right away. Luan Shan gazed at the direction of the departing taxi. He was deciding if it was necessary to have someone follow Jiang Chen. He had a feeling that for someone who sold the gold without a blink of an eye, he must have even more. If I can find the source of the gold. A flame of greed ignited in his eyes before he extinguished it. He decided to be vigilant about the situation. Life is more important than money after all. Translator. _min_editor. Lee_Rundy. Hey buddy, where are you going? Shimao. A high-end mall. He used to work at a high-end clothing store there as a sales representative. He rolled down his window and let the bellowing wind blow in his face. As if it was the only way to calm his pounding heart. He even stopped the driver from rolling up the window. The driver looked at him as if he was a lunatic. Hee, did you something good happen to you? Yes, kinda. Jiang Chen laughed as he caught a mouthful of wind. After they had arrived at the destination, Jiang Chen dropped a $100 bill. Keep the change. Jiang Chen flamboyantly left the car as the taxi driver stared in shock. FCK. He wanted to try to say that for a long time. Finally, he had the opportunity to do so. After cashing out on the gold, he felt more relaxed than he had in many years. A famous proverb once said that clothes make the man. In the modern world, people were quick to judge based on how one appeared. Even if he had a three-piece suit on when he went into the gold shop, the salesperson would still consider him to be absurd. The concrete ground in the summer day felt like scorching fire. After all, the first impression was purely dedicated by a person's appearance. The majority of one's opinion would be formed in the first few seconds, which would impact any social interaction in the future. As someone who was always afraid of poverty, Jiang Chen did not consider himself as a low-key individual. A slick look would make dating or business easier. It would be much more effective compared to the knockoff brands he wore. He approached the store he had previously worked at. Before he entered the shop, a sneer lit up on his face. He was curious about what the cocky woman that fired him would think once she saw his lavish lifestyle. If he was there to embarrass her, he wanted to be superb at degrading her. Jiang Chen also fancied a few polished outfits for himself. Welcome, sir. The sales associate was different. It was the end of July, which meant that a lot of universities were on summer break already. A lot of college students would do part-time here. Luxury stores were the top choice for gorgeous-looking girls. It was respectable, not labor-intensive, and also a perfect place to find a sugar daddy. The evil of capitalism. Although millionaires visited the place frequently, rarely would they go alone. After all, men usually didn't have a tremendous amount of criteria for clothes. The existence of these high-end stores often served as a place to demonstrate their wealth to their female companion. It would further additional activities at the hotel that night. Jiang Chen was not pretentious, but his purpose would say otherwise. Jiang Chen picked out a piece of clothing valued at 10,000 without even blinking. The attractive sales associate's eye lit up as Jiang Chen's hands started to pile full of clothes. She immediately helped him intimately by carrying any extra clothing. She also gave him the sweetest smile. The smile had, "Ask me out," written all over it. Jiang Chen, who was busy looking for his old boss, were a little slow to take the hint. He didn't notice the flirty moves of the attractive girl beside him. Of course, if the girl were looking to hook up, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind. Her boobs were not as large as Sun Zhao's, but the vibe of modernism combined with her youthful energy made her particularly striking. She must be a prom queen at some university. He slapped the clothes on the counter as he was irritated that he didn't see the girl. FCK, where is she? If she is not even here, what's purpose of this whole thing? A gloom immediately cast over Jiang Chen's face as he felt extremely frustrated. The sales associate thought she offended the millionaire somehow. She carefully examined Jiang Chen's facial expression and even started to question her action. The total will be $157,000 after rounding down. Would you prefer cash or debit? What kind of question is this? Who the FCK brings $150,000 in cash? Jiang Chen took out his debit card and glanced around the store again. There were no familiar faces to be seen. Debit. What's the name of your manager? Jiang Chen handed the card over as he asked the question simultaneously. That question made the sales associate tremble. She thought she displeased him, but why would he ask for the manager? The cashier who took the debit card also paused briefly. She looked at the sales associate and displayed a professional smile. Xu Liping, would you like me to contact her for you? For the amount he purchased, the complaint just could not be ignored. The cashier thought the sales associate offended him and he wanted to see the manager for the same reason. For these types of part-time employees, she was unfamiliar with them and obviously would not offer a helping hand. There were plenty of part-time employees working at the store from the university every study break. That's fine. Also, do you know Xia Xiu? Jiang Chen interrupted. The cashier raised her eyebrow with a confused look. She didn't quite remember that name. Looks like she doesn't know. With a mixture of emotions, Jiang Chen turned around and left. However, the cashier suddenly opened her mouth as if she remembered something. Yes, the previous manager name was Xia Xiu. Where is she now? Jiang Chen questioned. She got let go because of the layoff. We took over after we received training from the headquarters. So we are not familiar with this place. If there is anything we did wrong, please kindly forgive us. With a polite smile, the cashier said a bunch of pleasing words. But Jiang Chen wasn't paying attention. She lost her job as well. That cocky girl stayed only for a bit longer. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen wanted to burst into laughter, but the brief excitement was soon overtaken by a sense of despair. It felt like he had no way to unleash his victorious excitement. He stored everything into the storage dimension and left the place where he shared a significant amount of his recent memories. He pushed open the spotless glass door as a wave of cold air emerged. Jiang Chen thought he might as well get his hair designed in this salon. He obviously didn't make a reservation, but his luxurious-looking clothing made the designer welcome him into the VIP room immediately. He only wanted to get a haircut. Although the result would be the same from a street-side barber, Jiang Chen only wanted to spend money. Only an extravagant lifestyle would relieve his tense mood. Jiang Chen finally understood why corrupted people lived such a luxurious life. If they didn't spend money, how would they stimulate their already frightened mental state? He leaned against the plush chair as a delicate-looking hairdresser walked in. The hairdresser's wavy hair fitted her flawless and delicate face as if she came from a drawing. The fashionable clothes covered her serene figure perfectly. Even in just one glance, Jiang Chen was amazed by her beauty. Her lilac scent tingled Jiang Chen's senses. Her graceful hands massaged his hair delicately. With music in the background, it felt like heaven. She made washing hair into a form of art. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that the designer was also judging him. From the fashion industry, she knew how much Jiang Chen's wardrobe cost. With that, he was also great-looking. Compared to the customers she has served in the past, a lot of them were either bold or had a huge beer belly. She peeked at the muscular chest. Although covered with a layer of clothing, she could almost feel the firmness. The female hairdresser blushed as she began to daydream. What would it feel like to be with this guy? The water is a bit hot. Ah, I am so sorry, sir. Jiang Chen was a bit confused. In theory, she shouldn't make a mistake like this. It interrupted his almost short nap. He didn't seem to be bothered by these mistakes. After his hair was washed, the dresser gently used a towel to cover Jiang Chen's hair. With soft movements, she dried his hair gently. Every detail was performed to perfection. It was the ultimate pleasure. Especially when her legs slightly brushed against Jiang Chen's hands, the silky smooth feeling was sensational. The designer even gave him a massage after. Her soft finger turned and twisted on top of his head as if she was playing a symphony. The rhythm of her fingers was so pleasurable that it made Jiang Chen almost moan out. Jiang Chen checked himself out in the mirror after the completed service. Although his hair was not that different, his presence completely changed. His brand new outfit combined with the haircut spoke sophistication on every level. After, he wandered into a busy mall, a place he passed before but never had the money to buy anything. Though now even with money, he didn't know what to buy with all these choices. He thought, only if Sun Jiao was here. Jiang Chen laughed self-mockingly. That idea was as unrealistic as it could be. It would be difficult to explain everything in the first place, let alone the feasibility of taking a live person with him to perform interdimensional travel. The crowded street felt lonely by himself. Most of his close friends left the city to either go home, venture out, or leave the country. He was only one that remained in the crowded and emotionless city. His contacts were full of numbers, but he didn't have anyone to call. The benefit of shopping alone was that he had complete freedom. He could buy anything and eat anything he wanted. He passed a women's clothing store and almost walked in. However, he quickly realized how weird it was to go in without a female companion. So clothes shopping for Sun Jiao and Yao Yao would have to be next time. As the sky turned into a dim yellow, it was dinner time. He sat in a high-end restaurant, alone. He chose whatever was the most expensive at the time. King crabs, lobster, and steak. He didn't know if he would finish everything or not, but he still ordered 10 dishes. The server had a look of disbelief and concern, so he slapped his debit card on the table. After the gene vaccine, Jiang Chen's body condition significantly improved. Therefore, the amount of food he ingested also increased substantially. The server looked horror, as Jiang Chen feasted on the meal. He managed to finish the majority of the dishes. The rest of the dishes, he didn't plan to pack up. He walked out of the restaurant and left the server dumbfounded. It was not the first time the server saw someone eat such an unbelievable amount of food. However, it was the server's first time seeing such a sophisticated and fit person finish almost everything on the table. These dishes were all made of meat too. The saline sea wind calmed Jiang Chen's irrationality. He looked at the people walking by him. The scene of aged grandpas, couples, and tourists distracted him from reality for a second. He rubbed his temples tiredly to get rid of the drowsy feeling. He was a bit tired. After the extravagant spending spree, he blew 200,000 in just an afternoon. After the moments of excitement, the wary feeling of an emotional roller coaster remained. He took a taxi to the beach. He just wanted to take a walk and feel the sea wind. The beach was quite a famous sightseeing attraction in Wanghai City. There was the marble fence by the Golden Beach. The victorious comrade's famous remake engraved into the stone statue, marking his longing legacy. Finally, the modern-looking small hut filled the empty space in the picture. Jiang Chen heard this place from a couple of his buddies, but they only talked about how many hot girls there were. They were right after all. However, this was his first time here even though he's been in the city for 4 years already. He never came because of 2 simple reasons. He had no money, and he had no one he could bring along. But if he had the money, then there would always be someone. So him never going to the beach was because of the first reason after all. It felt lonely shopping alone, and he felt the same visiting the beach. Though he was still alone, he no longer pondered about life. He had the money. Although 1 million was nothing in Wanghai City, there were plenty of rich people in this city and he couldn't even buy an apartment. His mental state was drastically different. He was not arrogant, but he was certain he was wealthier than Bill Gates. The entire gold deposit of a commercial bank was at least a couple of billion. What would all the gold in the apocalypse be worth? Of course, he had to be careful in the sell-off strategy. A large amount of gold in the market would depreciate the value of the gold significantly. Long-term wise, he only planned to raid the vault's gold. There were many other ways to make money. There were more attractive markets available for him to profit off of. For example, the advanced tech he could bring back. If he sold the full sensory computer, the market cap of the company would be in the trillions. The virtual reality education system. The hibernation chamber. These were all trillion-dollar ideas. He must take a step at the time to build his empire. If he suddenly introduced the technology to the market, the money would come, but so would the government. Maybe it would even be intelligence agencies who are usually hidden in the dark. Thus, being bold would be unwise. Once he acquired the gold, his initial capital would be ready. The planning and strategy would ensue. Step by step, once he possessed enough stake to form a conglomerate, nobody would be able to touch him. For this 1 million, it was just for enjoyment purposes. So Jiang Chen didn't feel odd as he stood by the shore. What before could only be achieved in his dream were all within his reach. The stunning beauties, the magnificent mansion, and the luxurious cars. He burped as he threw his beer can into the garbage. He was a little tipsy, as he took another breath of the saline-filled sea wind. "Hey dude, do you want to join us?" A girl in a bikini smiled at him. Her stunning figure was flourished with youth. Her hobby reading magazines meant that she easily saw how expensive Jiang Chen's outfit was. The deep but lost gaze made him appear as a powerful CEO that just went through a bad breakup. People in the middle of a breakup were the weakest emotionally. Su Fei thought she possessed the techniques of love. She first got rid of her best friend and approached Jiang Chen. Her smile was as sweet as a freshly baked cupcake. She didn't care how many relationships this guy went through, nor the fact that he might still be in one. She was envious of her roommate because she has a sugar daddy, which meant countless amounts of money, LVs, and Hermes. She was jealous, as she thought her beauty was comparable to her roommate's. If she tried to flirt, she would also get a rich guy, and this guy looked much better compared to her roommate's sugar daddy. Su Fei's heart pumped faster as she imagined. Hee, no thank you. To Su Fei's surprise, the man only looked at her once before rejecting her with a smile. Leave your youth to someone more meaningful. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head as he walked away. Su Fei stared blankly in place. That girl must have thought I was mental. Jiang Chen hysterically laughed, disregarding the looks of passers-by. He stumbled mindlessly along the beach. The gene vaccine also increased his body's detoxification process. It made the alcohol process much faster in his body. He enjoyed the slightly dizzy feeling, and he wanted it to last a bit longer. He rejected the girl because he didn't have any desire. Although she was quite attractive, she was still lackluster compared to Sun Jiao. As to the arrogant statement, he only said it because he felt like it. The night began to cast its shadow on top of the metropolitan, but the life of the city only just began. The crowded street made Jiang Chen irritable, and he wanted a moment of peace. It was too noisy here. Maybe it's time to go back. He sobered up as he still mindlessly walked through the street. All of a sudden, a familiar figure caught his eye. He was slightly shocked as an odd expression appeared on his face. Xia Xiu graduated from Wanghai University with a major in business administration. Her stellar academic record along with a stunning appearance made everyone shower her with praise and envy, and she graduated at the top of the class. Even though they graduated from the same university, they lived completely different lives. However, because of family reasons, she didn't pursue graduate studies. Instead, she chose to work at a clothing store. Due to her outstanding performance, she was promoted to store manager at an excellent location. This gave her the perfect platform to display her prowess. Once Xia Xiu was promoted, she immediately implemented a list of action plans which increased the store's sales substantially. However, because of her strict performance measures, she acquired the nickname of the Cold Beauty among male colleagues and B*TCH among female workers. After all, everyone was envious and jealous of her, especially those of the same gender. Not only was she accomplished in her career, but she also had a boyfriend that loved her. Her boyfriend always picked her up after work, even though it seemed like the overachieving manager was never nice to him. Due to her personality, Jiang Chen has even made fun of her, behind her back, about having a disruptive menstrual cycle because she always looked unpleased. So this was how the tragedy happened. It was rumored that Xia Xiu heard it by coincidence. She then investigated it and found the mastermind behind everything. Then, she used some petty excuses to fire Jiang Chen from the place. Jiang Chen still remembered the coldness and mockery on her face. After all, humans are humans. Despite how righteous someone is, there may be times when they would act irrationally due to their emotions. Jiang Chen didn't think he was wrong, it was only a joke which made him lose his job. Who cared about these types of demeanor? However, Xia Xiu did not accept any of that. She was used to the praise of all the men. She could overlook the judgment from the females, but not the disrespect from men. That was her character weakness or flaw. At that time, Jiang Chen even wanted to take revenge. Though after he had relieved his frustration by drinking, he let it go because he thought it was not worth it. Life must continue, this is an ordered society. Xia Xiu was still the manager, and the store would continue to operate without him. But things felt different from that day on. Ability is one thing, and academia is one thing, but opinion is another. After the friendly Jiang Chen had been fired, his friends from work were enraged by the decision. Everyone started to oppose the way Xia Xiu managed. The constantly high-pressure environment brought short-term improvements but made the overall work atmosphere was oppressive. She never was part of the team but asked the team to act according to her standard. Maybe she was justified in her management, but she didn't consider the human emotion. When an average salary started to conflict with exceptionally high expectations, the complaints only grew. These frustrations were reflected in the employees' work and ultimately impacted the sales figure. Although they were pleased with this top student's performance and her exceptional sales record, upper management ultimately decided to let the relatively inexperienced store manager and a few poor-performing employees go. They replaced her with a backup talent. She, who was appraised as the top student of the business school, actually lost her job in a matter of 1 year. She was in agony and didn't know what she did wrong. Or maybe as smart as she was, she already knew what she did wrong. However, it was too late to fix everything. She still remembered the guy she fired. It was after that everyone began to look at her different. At first, they were respectful, but soon it was dusted with a sliver of disdain. It also applied to the male employees who used to praise her. She also suffered in her relationship after she lost her job. The boyfriend who used to do everything she said broke up with her. With the excuse, "I spent so many years with you, and you didn't even let me kiss you. Hee, go be a virgin." He left immediately with his new girlfriend. Perhaps it because she couldn't support him financially. The boyfriend didn't even bother to hide the fact that he cheated. It was satirical. Xia Xiu always thought he loved her. She thought it was a kind of unconditional love. Only he persisted after her for the longest time, and he continued even after graduation. She said yes because of that. She didn't love him, nor was she interested in any guy that chased her. She knew she would have to marry one day. So in the most efficient manner, she chose the one that persisted for the longest time. But reality betrayed her. She almost fell in love with him. Was it because they didn't kiss? Or have sex? Love couldn't even stand such a minuscule test. Xia Xiu was lost and confused. She promised him that she would give everything of hers to him on the day they got married. That was not what defeated her the most. Maybe it was revenge. The guy used Xia Xiu's social ID as collateral for a loan and used the money to pay for a car. Each month, she would spend half her paycheck to repay the loan, which was okay until she lost her job. A car worth 500,000 was nothing in the past. If she worked for 2 more years, she could easily afford it. However, she was now unemployed and the amount was a massive hole for her to fill. Although with her ability it would not be difficult to find another job to repay the loan, there were so many graduates each year that it would be a nightmare to stand out in the labor market. She already lost her competitive edge. Also, all the offers were based on disgraceful conditions, such as high salary in exchange for sexual favors. If the candidate did not comply, then they moved on to the next one. In a country so populated, it was not difficult to find someone with ability. The more satirical part was that she was not even the one that possessed the car. She thought about calling the cops, but the loan was not from an ethical source to begin with, which meant that they would not take it lightly either. There was no way she could deal with the gang. She fled from her original apartment and hid in temporary housing. She made a living working part-time in hopes of solving the problem through legal means. At the same time, she desperately maintained her hopes of finding an ideal job. But her luck ran out. A few maliciously looking guys surrounded the place she worked. They were clearly not there to negotiate. "Yo, looks like you have been quite well off in the last few days." A guy with a clean cut whistled and stood there rascally. He was known as Sir Tiger, and was a thug under the Hongyi gang. He trained in martial arts for 6 years. One time, he single-handedly defeated a group of 5 gangsters which allowed him to receive special recognition from the big boss at Hongyi. Although he was not a person of importance, he did have a bunch of followers. Rebellious students that called him Big Boss. He enjoyed being the center of attention. He spent the majority of his time as a bouncer at Hongyi's nightclub and occasionally collected loans for his boss. It was an excellent lifestyle for him. As unexciting as it was to collect money from a girl, especially when the girl considered calling the cop, her attractiveness made up for the trouble. Thus, he decided to let the incident slide. Besides, did she not know who she dealt with when she borrowed money from Hongyi in the first place? A perverted smile emerged on Lu Hu's face. His gang already surrounded the flower shop. The customers who were there immediately left. The busy flower shop was suddenly empty. The shop owner with a frightened look was trembling. He was also afraid to call the cops as he didn't want any more trouble. With this many thugs here, there was no way to do business. Come out. Do you need me to send you a formal invitation? Lu Hu blew a whistle and looked at her as if she was a prey. Sha Xiu bit her lips. Her flawless face was covered by the gloom of terror. She noticed the plea in the store owner's eyes. She sighed as she put the flower down, quivering. She walked over with fixated but tense steps. I can't believe you are still working here. Lu Hu reached for her face. Do you have the money for me? But to his surprise, the resilient girl avoided his hand. I'll repay the money while working. Please don't bother me anymore. She took in a deep breath and answered without any emotions. Work. With this, how long would we have to wait? He didn't seem angry when she avoided his hand, but a grimness filled his eyes. What do you want? With a stern face, Xiao Xiu stared at the rascal. She was terrified as her legs trembled. But the resiliency deep in her bones made her stand her ground. This girl is interesting. Even though she is scared to death, she is still giving me the attitude. Lu Hu raised his eyebrows, and he pondered with a smile. Two options. Money, or you. He put up two fingers. I don't have any money right now. Sha Xiu tried to remain calm. Then it's a simple problem. We'll take you. He reached out to shake as if the deal was already made. Me, Sha Xiu hissed at the remark, you guys are not afraid of getting accused of human trafficking. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, including Lu Hu, laughed hysterically. That made Sha Xiu feel humiliated. She didn't think it was funny at all, but she could not deliver a comeback. She thought she could live a fulfilled life as an independent woman by working hard. She would support herself, her parents, and realize her value. But the reality was harsh. No, that's a waste. Particularly for a beauty like you. Finally finished laughing, Lu Hu looked at the thugs behind him. At least we need to let everyone get a taste of you for a few years before selling you to someone as a wife. What do you guys think? Ha ha ha, maybe we will even visit you to help you with your business. Why don't we sell her to Sir Pai? That bastard loves WH Rez. FCKU. I like WH Rez, but I never said I was going to marry one. After hearing all the rude and perverted comments, blood almost seeped out of Sha Xiu's lips because she bit it so hard. She wanted to cry. She wanted someone to save her right now. Even in her most difficult time, this thought never crossed her mind. Tears of humiliation filled her eyes, and she even thought of killing herself. If they take her away, then it would be better off to die. Lu Hu was experienced in debt collection. He knew what Sha Xiu was thinking when he saw her expression, and he signaled his thugs to be quiet. Fine, I know this is unfortunate for you, but this is the rule. You pay if you owe money. Don't worry, if you work for a couple of years in the Hongyi nightclub, you can leave once you pay your debt off. No one would know anyways. Then, in the end, you can just leave the city and marry someone nice. Just don't borrow any more money you shouldn't borrow in the first place. That was a tactical move. Sticks and carrots were stereotypical, but it was extremely useful. The rude comments were probably part of the plan to set all of this up. Thugs are scariest when they are knowledgeable and well managed. Jiang Chen wanted to keep watching, but the crushing look of his previous boss made him abort the idea. Although he hated her before, he didn't want to see her break down. Fine, I will help her. In the past he would be terrified if he met a bunch of thugs, but now. How should I address you, sir? Lu Hu paused momentarily. He didn't even realize there was someone that passed him a cigarette. With teary eyes, Sha Xiu looked at the man with pure disbelief. Her face had shock written all over. Is it him that stood up for her? The guy she fired in a moment of rage. She felt a sense of regret for her careless actions in the past, but she didn't imagine her next encounter with him would be in such a scenario. Why is he here? Why is he standing up for me? Shouldn't he be watching this drama right now as a bystander? Her face was completely stunned by everything that just happened. Regret, sympathy, sincerity, and confusion. Lu Hu was dumbfounded. He was shocked by what just happened. Who would dare to talk with a gang when they were in the middle of something? Cop. Lu Hu immediately rejected this idea. His boss has connections at the police department. So, unless the incident made headlines, they would not be involved. Retard. Lu Hu's facial expression suddenly changed. What a coincidence. I just met a friend of mine here. Jiang Chen laughed. He then changed the topic. I heard the conversation. How much does she owe you? Lu Hu examined Jiang Chen with his eyes squinted. In his opinion, this guy was too calm and collected. His boss's mission for him was to bring the girl back if possible. The interest on the loan was nothing compared to the potential revenue she could generate at the nightclub. This girl's perfect look and the gorgeous figure would sell her as a top choice at the nightclub. That was the cash-generating business for the gang. Buddy, are you looking for trouble? Lu Hu sneered as he reached for Jiang Chen. Sha Xiu's heart almost jumped out of her throat as she nervously watched the guy that stood up for her. My clothes cost around $10,000. Can you buy me a new one if you rip it? Jiang Chen sighed as he clinched onto Lu Hu's hand. With his reflex stats of 28, it was not enough in the danger-filled wasteland, but it was certainly sufficient for these thugs in the modern world. Lu Hu felt as if both of his hands were clamped down. He couldn't even move a single inch. FCK, this guy must have trained in martial arts before. He realized he messed with the wrong person. Although he wanted to back up, since all his thugs were watching, the ruthless side of him came out as he flipped out the knife hidden in his left hand. Then, he slashed at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen slightly turned his head to avoid the slow-moving knife. He then pushed Lu Hu away. FCK, you think you are tough? Guys beat him up. The thug that was obviously connected to Lu Hu saw the tide of the fight turn. He wanted to escalate the fight from one-on-one to a full brawl. Jiang Chen sighed. If he knew this conflict was tedious to resolve, he wouldn't have worn expensive clothing to a fight. Why don't we go to the alley there? There's monitoring here. Jiang Chen casually pointed to the alley. Lu Hu paused again. His reaction was abnormal to Lu Hu. He didn't look the slightest bit afraid, which made Lu Hu unsure. Since he already proposed it, it would be cowardly if he didn't agree. How would he maintain his reputation in front of his thugs? Hee, what a brave guy. Please. Lu Hu fixed his collar as he signaled towards the alley. What a show-off. Jiang Chen didn't imagine Lu Hu would have the audacity to go even if it was a brawl. Jiang Chen stepped into the alley. A sneer appeared on Lu Hu's face as Jiang Chen followed into the alley. Regardless of how good your martial art is, there is no way you would beat 10 people. Do you think you are Superman? He left the most useless thug to keep an eye on Sha Xiu. The rest of the thugs followed him into the alley. Worried about Jiang Chen's safety, she anxiously thought about possible solutions. She considered calling the cop, but the thug was looking at her fiercely. She glanced over at the store owner that always took care of her before, but he just pretended he didn't see anything. She had the urge to cry with a mixture of emotions. Not because she was afraid, but because she felt helpless. She didn't rely on anyone in the past 10 years. The weariness caused by her resilience overwhelmed her by her helplessness. Beat him up. Just as he opened his mouth, Lu Hu's rascal expression froze. A pistol was pointed at his forehead. There's no monitoring here. Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't expect the pistol that Yao Yao picked up would be useful. He didn't mind teaching these thugs a lesson with his fist if it was not because of his clothing. Fake, it's fake, right? Sweat rolled down Lu Hu's forehead. He forced a smile and stared at Jiang Chen. He wanted to look for the uncertainty, which would give him courage. Jiang Chen moved the gun and pointed elsewhere. Bang! The explosion of the bullet struck like thunder beside Lu Hu's ear. In such a close range, it almost popped his eardrum. Ah! A thug covered his leg as he fell to the ground. His face was pale and twisted due to the unbearable amount of pain. Everyone just stood there terrified. They didn't dare to help the guy. The bullet penetrated through the thug's leg and pierced into the concrete ground. The poor bastard that got shot was the thug that wanted to fight outside. He should have thought about this when he tried to escalate the whole thing. Gun. It was dead silent. Only the lunatics and the cops had guns. His boss once told him that. He never touched a gun before, but he memorized it by heart. Regardless of which type, they were all extremely dangerous. There were many gangs in Wanghai City. If Lu Hu accidentally offended a person of power, nobody would say a thing if he died. Boss, there is always a solution. No need to bring a gun into the conversation. Jiang Chen pressed the burning barrel against his forehead. He resisted the pain as he was too terrified to move. The skin on his forehead was probably burned, but he couldn't say a word. I tried to come up with a solution, but you always interrupted me. Jiang Chen made a harmless expression. This guy must be crazy. Lu Hu swallowed his fear. He kept laughing to alleviate the intensity of the situation. Okay, I don't have all day for you. Jiang Chen tapped Lu Hu's head with the gun. Lu Hu noticed that Jiang Chen didn't close the safety. He was drenched in cold sweat. It was the first time in his life that he felt so terrified. Do we have an agreement? Yes. Lu Hu quivered as he took out the agreement. What's your bank account number? Lu Hu was confused as to what Jiang Chen meant. I'll repay the money. Are you dumb or what? Jiang Chen suddenly raised his voice, which made Lu Hu's heart pound even faster. Repay the money? In a trembling voice, he asked. He thought he heard it wrong. It's as if you sold me the debt. Do you understand what that means? What's in your brain? Do I look like the type who wouldn't pay? Jiang Chen stuffed the gun into his pocket. Nope. There was no way Lu Hu would answer yes. Ripping the debt would not be a solution, as Hong Yi Gang would not easily let this go. Jiang Chen was not afraid. Xia Xiu, on the other hand, would be in danger. Jiang Chen had things to take care of in the apocalypse. He didn't have enough time to look after Xia Xiu. He only helped because he was a good person with no intention of putting any more effort into this. His time was quite valuable as he was planning a trip to a famous tourist city, Sanya. Changing the ownership of debt was the best solution Jiang Chen came up with. She could repay him while maintaining her dignity. He didn't care about the money, but he did not want to just write the debt off for her. The high-interest loan was illegal, but repaying the principal amount was reasonable. If he didn't have the opportunity to oppress his previous manager with the terrible attitude, it would be a waste of a beautiful chance. Also, Jiang Chen had previous considerations as well. Lu Hu happily accepted the payment as he furiously bowed to Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen repaid the $410,000, he immediately left while hustling the injured thug. There was no way he would dare to ask for interest. He was sure his boss would not blame him since the other person had a gun. Jiang Chen was in good faith to repay the principal amount. They rushed out of the alley without daring to ask Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen scorned at the direction Lu Hu left as he threw the gun into the storage dimension. He touched his face and stepped out of the alley. Where did the blood come from? Are you all right? As she stared at Jiang Chen, who approached her, she bit her lips and ran out of words to say. Not exactly okay, a minor injury. Jiang Chen had the audacity to point at the small cut on his cheek. If he didn't point it out, it would have gone unnoticed. I'll treat it for you. Xia Xiu lowered her head, full of guilt. She had never owed favors to anyone, but now she owed this person so much. Here, saliva can disinfect it, Jiang Chen joked carelessly. It even surprised himself a little. When did I get so flirty? I have bandage and alcohol at my place. Xia Xiu coldly answered Jiang Chen's mockery. Don't look at me like that. At least I am your new creditor. Jiang Chen waved the agreement between his fingers. Look, though since I am a nice person, I won't charge you any interest. Is there anyone more narcissistic than him? Xia Xiu stared at the smiling Jiang Chen with a look of defeat. She was confused. This was the same guy that was afraid to make eye contact with her. I'll repay you, including interest. Xia Xiu expressed her gratitude with certainty in her voice. And then more hesitantly, she said, with normal interest rate. She wasn't confident in repaying the high interest on her debt. Jiang Chen shrugged as he knew this girl too well. She would not back down from her goal. Xia Xiu. Yeah, Xia Xiu turned her head after the store owner called. This is your salary for half of the month. I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do about the thugs. Also, you don't have to come to work tomorrow, the store owner said laboriously as he finally said the disheartening statement in an almost pleading tone. After she had taken the envelope of money, she nodded her head emotionlessly. She gazed at the flower shop that was about to close. Evading and doubtful looks surrounded her as people looked away when she tried to make eye contact. She didn't know why she wanted to cry. She couldn't remember the number of times she almost broke down, but this was the first time in her life that she felt so fragile. Fired, Jiang Chen said mockingly. He felt so joyful seeing his manager got fired again. She didn't answer Jiang Chen's mockery. She bit her lips, full of emotions. She turned around and headed home as Jiang Chen followed. Xia Xiu did say that she was going to help him with the wound. By now, the wound had already scarred up, but Jiang Chen was curious about where his ex-boss lived. He had nothing better to do anyways. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself as he thought that he was a terrible person. Almost as mischievous as Sun Zhao. Jiang Chen stepped onto the moldy stairs, and a frown appeared on his face. He was surprised that Wanghai City even had a building this old. The crack-filled walls indicated that this place was not pleasant. Xia Xiu pulled out her keys and opened the rusted door. A bitter smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. This girl is almost too resilient and independent. Any other girls would not be able to handle these living conditions. Especially with her charming looks, if she wanted her problem solved, a lot of people would be willing to pay 500,000 for her. But her attractiveness was completely undermined by her terrible attitude. There was a hint of a moldy odor when Jiang Chen first entered the room, but the scented air freshener quickly filled his nostrils. It was clear that Xia Xiu used it in an attempt to solve the problem. The room was tiny and cluttered with furniture. It was even smaller than Jiang Chen's cheap apartment. There was no TV in the living room. Only an old wooden desk with even older chairs. Maybe they would be worth something if she sold them as artifacts. There was no air conditioning in sight either, only a fan placed in the corner of the room. The most expensive electronic was the stainless steel kettle which she had most likely brought with her when she fled from her home. A laptop was on the table, but there was no Wi-Fi here. What would be the use of it? He noticed that 2 pairs of shoes were placed neatly in front of the door. There was no way she only owned 2 pairs of shoes. She must have been in a rush when she escaped. Although the condition of the apartment was not the best, it did look like she spent a considerable amount of time cleaning the place. Sorry, it's pretty crappy here. Sit, Xia Xiu awkwardly said. It was her first time bringing a not-so-familiar man to her place. Even for her ex, she always asked him to stop in front of her door. The idea of spending time alone with the opposite gender made her extremely uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because of her overprotective mindset that she was friendless, especially at this time, when she needed someone the most. She walked into the tiny bedroom. Jiang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down on it. However, to his surprise, it almost made him fall. FCK, the chair is missing a piece of its leg. Soon, Xia Xiu walked out with rubbing alcohol and Q-tips. Where? Her tone was mechanical. She examined the wound as she tried to place her hand awkwardly. Here, are you going to? Jiang Chen forced a smile. He only wanted to mock the ex-manager, but she did bring out the rubbing alcohol. I said I would treat it for you. Xia Xiu took in a deep breath as she advanced toward his face. Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable as well. His hands wiggled back and forth not knowing where to place them. Don't move. Xia Xiu frowned slightly and gave the restless Jiang Chen a hard stare. Okay. Jiang Chen forced a smile again. It was a delightful fragrance. The lilac aroma twirled around Jiang Chen's nose. Her flawless neck was decorated with jewelry. Jiang Chen remembered there was a necklace when they worked together. When she leaned forward, the light summer shirt flashed a glimpse of her beautiful cleavage. It was probably only AB, which was nothing compared to Sun Zhao's. But with her serene figure, she seemed like a delightful breeze in the summer day. She was a goddess in looks and figure. It was quite embarrassing, but Jiang Chen did masturbate to her before. In his memory, her hair was always tied back professionally. Today, her hair was pulled back in a ponytail which brought Jiang Chen to a memory of his past. The newly graduated Xia Xiu was nothing like the professional office lady. What are you looking at? She noticed the invasive stare which made her quite scared. But her face still displayed the same guarded and emotionless look. No, nothing, Jiang Chen awkwardly replied. After the wound was treated, their eyes crossed. Time stopped for a moment. Awkwardness ensued. It smells very nice here. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen rubbed his head to break the silence. Xia Xiu zoned out momentarily. Her cheek blushed as her emotionless face smiled slightly, but her eyes looked even colder. It's the scent of lilacs. I probably got it when I worked. With a frown on her face, she quickly cleaned up and headed back into her room. Heart pounding fast, she held her pumping chest as she recollected her breathing. She disappointedly looked at herself in the mirror. She didn't know why she was acting weird. Heart pounding fast. Jiang Chen also confusedly touched his chest. There is no way I am interested in this girl. He immediately rejected the idea and blamed the natural reaction of his hormones. Compared to an icy beauty, he preferred the energetic and lively Sun Zhao. Sun Zhao, who occasionally went into her character as the queen of the wasteland while acting as a caring and heartwarming wife. Xia Xiu left her room moments later and interrupted Jiang Chen's train of thoughts. She stood across from Jiang Chen, but there was no conversation between the two. Silence filled the room as the only noise was the ticking clock and their heartbeats. Thank you. Xia Xiu broke the silence first. No problem, I just happened to pass by. He lied about the fact that he tried to find her today in the morning with hostile intentions but only left because he heard she left her position. He didn't expect this stubborn girl to thank him. Sha Xiu briefly paused as if she had something to say. She hesitated for a bit before finally asking what bothered her. Don't you hate me? He was not surprised by the question. He also considered the question himself. Do I still hate her? I hated you. In the end, the paragraphs he tried to articulate in his head only turned into 3 short words. Jiang Chen looked at Sha Xiu with a perplexed look. Then why did you save me? She didn't ask this question, but Jiang Chen read the unasked question in her eyes. He hated her before. She fired him and almost made him homeless. He was not hesitant to curse her with the most malicious vows, however, that was all in the past. After he had released his anger, it was no longer an incident that bothered him. Life continued, and there was no reason to continue to despise her. No particular reason. Jiang Chen sighed as he shook his head. To be frank, when I heard that you were fired, I was quite ecstatic for a moment. As you can see, the clothes I am wearing right now are purchased from that store. However, I realize that I am still too immature. Immature? She mumbled the word repetitively. She was dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's words. Her icy, cold eyes began to lose its focus. If Jiang Chen humiliated her or even hit her, it would make this feel easier. But the man she almost single-handedly pushed to despair didn't do anything in retaliation. He gave her a helping hand in her most desperate time. Why, even if I retaliated, what would I get in return? To be honest, the feeling of revenge is great. But if I see a girl get pushed to the edge of life by a group of thugs without doing anything, the guilt will overwhelm me, especially since I know you. After all, we don't have a hatred that runs for generations. It was only a job after all. Even if you gave me the job now, I will not take it. It was a job after all. Compared to what Jiang Chen lost, he certainly gained a lot more. If he weren't drunk, he would have never passed the alley. He would have missed the opportunity to acquire the interdimensional bracelet. He never knew where life would take him the next. Before I fired you, I thought a lot about it. With a perplexed look, she continued, based on the facts, I know I am not a qualified manager. You have all the abilities, but you don't know the human heart, Jiang Chen smiled. Human heart? Do you mean psychology? No, it's not something from the textbook. The human heart is a complicated matter. Even within a lifetime, it would be difficult to understand it all. They chatted as if they were close friends that hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jiang Chen felt the calm he had been searching the entire day for. Yes, it was incredible shopping, and eating a fancy meal, but he still felt hollow. In this large metropolitan city, he didn't even have a single friend he could talk with. Maybe that was what Jiang Chen was searching for that entire day. Everyone took separate paths after graduation and moved on. This tiny apartment brought him the calmness and serenity he had desperately searched for. Maybe, this peacefulness was what life rewarded those who did good